like, it's a bit of a chilled, fun Sunday night stream, and what better to have joining us for it than Ric Flairs Last Match. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, by the time we get to the main event, that is going to take our focus. We're certainly not going to be disrespecting the legend that is Ric Flair. But, the undercard, there's a bit of an undercard here. We're going to be around for a few hours, so we can obviously chat away whilst we're going through that undercard. What I will say, though, again, not to disrespect this show, because I think it's a very good-looking show, I do think that this is a decent card, actually. I think there's some stuff here that looks actually quite interesting. So we can blast down that card in a second. I just want to give people a chance to join us first. Join us. And then, as we said, we will be going down the cards. I'm just going to send the tweets out so that people know that we are live. And then jump in the chat. And as we said, preview this card. There we go. It says it's sent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Boom. James said, it's coming. It's come home. It's come home indeed. Retribution said, is anyone buying this? As I'm not impressed with the price. The price isn't bad, to be honest. I thought it was okay. I've just paid £17, which I don't think is bad. The thing is that there was different prices for this event. And I think that there was quite a bit of confusion around it. So at first there was like packages that were like £140 odd or something. But for that you got like the roast of Ric Flair. You got access to all of the podcasts that were happening at Starcast. And you got also access to, I think, a lot of the other wrestling shows that were happening at Starcast. Then they did another package that was like £70 odd or whatever, and that was, I can't remember what that was. That was just maybe access to the podcast or access to just the wrestling. Then there was another package that was like £40, and to be honest, those kind of stole the headlines. They stole the limelight. So I don't think people knew that there was, if you just wanted to watch the match, it was, or like the event, it was like a cheaper price point than the £100 odd or whatever. So I actually think like £17 for this. I mean, yeah, you get spoilt by WWE. WWE, obviously, but they're a massive company. But here, for the talent that's on display, I don't think this is that bad, we can just quickly blast down the card if you want. It's a good opportunity, isn't it? So we've got a Bunkhouse Brawl Battle Royal. Don't know who's in that. I can tell you that Brian Myers, I heard Bully Ray of obviously Dudley Boys. So I've heard there's a few names in that Bunkhouse Battle Royal. So that's going to be really interesting, just to see who's in it. Then we've got some Young Lions. These are unknowns, right? These are unknowns from New Japan. They're just to fill out the card. Narita against Uemura. Don't know anything about them. I know they're Young Lions. Young Lions are basically, it's kind of like New Japan's NXT, but they don't have an NXT. So they get onto TV if you watch New Japan, but they'll be right down the bottom of the card. They're the stars of tomorrow, basically. So, I don't know, there might be something good there, but not too fussed about it. Then we start getting pretty good. We've got the likes of Davey Boy Smith Jr., British Bulldog's son, taking on Killer Kross, Karrion Kross. So, apparently they've only faced once before. So, we've got that match. I think Davey Boy Smith Jr. won that. So, Killer Kross looking for revenge. Von Erichs, the Von Erich boys, who obviously are the sons of, I think it's Kevin Von Erich, and they're taking on the Briscoes. Obviously, the Briscoes have had some fantastic matches against FTR, and so they're high on people's radar at the moment, but they're just like one of the most iconic teams, tag teams of kind of the last 15 years or so. And so, Von Erichs against Briscoes, that should be interesting. This next one, I'll admit, I don't know much about. I mean, the Wolves against Motor City Machine Guns. I feel like this is very Impact. So, my understanding is that the Wolves are like 5-time Impact champions. Motor City Machine Guns are meant to be like a massive... oh my God, let's turn it down. Turn it down. I think they're meant to be like a big team, Motor City Machine Guns. I feel like I have seen them as well. So, yeah, we've got that. We've got Rock and Roll Express, sort of, taking on the 4 Horsemen, sort of. But it is like, well, we'll get to it when we get to it. We've got Alan Angels, Gresham, Takeshita, and someone Wayne. I didn't catch his first name, but apparently he's the youngest person signed to an AEW contract. So we've got that match. Then we've got Bandido, Laredo Kid, Fenix, and Taurus. They're all from AAA. So that's like Lucha Heaven if you're into your Lucha style. Then we've got the Impact Knockouts Championship being defended. So this is going to be Jordynne Grace taking on Deonna Purrazzo, taking on Rachel Ellering. So triple threat for the Impact Knockouts title. Then we've got the Impact Heavyweight title on the line. Their champion, Josh Alexander, defending against Jacob Fatu, who is part of the Anoa'i family. That is the same family that gave us the likes of Yokozuna, Roman Reigns, Usos, Solo Sikoa, Umaga. The list goes on. So that's going to be fun. And then you've got Ric Flair's final match. Ric Flair and Andrade taking on Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett. So, yeah, I actually think it's not a bad card in the sense of few title matches on there. Few names that people all know. If you watch WWE, you got AAA represented, you've got AEW represented, you've got Ring of Honor represented, you've got MLW represented. It's all right, man. I'm down for it. Carlos Cabrera is on commentary. I didn't expect The Fiend at SummerSlam as it was a quick turnaround and Bray knows his value and would want conditions and contract. Do you think he will get the freedom this time? Well, I mean, look, what I'm going to say in regards to The Fiend is, we kept saying we didn't expect him. We kept saying that we didn't think he would be there. We kept saying we didn't think those vignettes were related. I do think there was some interesting stuff in the vignettes. And I think, to go, that's interesting. Look at that, Seth Rollins with the red light. They knew what they were doing when they were doing those vignettes, and they knew that the best way to get people talking was to make them very Fiend-esque and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that he wasn't there. I have had people getting in touch going, does this mean that's it then? No more Fiend? And my answer to that is no. I stand by everything I've said. I think that the chances of him returning have greatly increased now that Vince has gone. But, that is something that's going to take time, as you said, to negotiate, because I don't think there was any negotiations happening whilst Vince was there. Those negotiations might have started now that Triple H has taken over. They might have, but equally they might not have. So you can't get too carried away with it. I just think, I hope that some of those, I mean, I don't know how to word it because, I hope some of those people that were getting really carried away kind of just have a look and maybe rein it in a little bit now. I mean, there was people. I saw Dave actually. I thought Dave put out a funny tweet. Dave said he was getting people. He saw people saying that if you watch the SummerSlam video that shows the SummerSlam, welcome to SummerSlam, at the bottom you can see the Fiend's ring gear. All it was just it was a pinball thing. It was part of the pinball table. But someone had actually gone that far as to people were properly, I don't know if they were actively looking or if they just noticed it, but I know those vignettes, people were just going way too far. I mean, I had people sending me, no word of a lie, I had people sending me shadows, right, in that vignette video that didn't really look like anything. They were saying it looks like a W. If you look at that, it looks like a W, which is Wyatt. And it's oh my God, people are losing their minds here. This has gone way too far. People, this has gone way too far. So I don't know. I hope people just take a look at that. Not everyone. I mean, look, it's harmless fun, isn't it? But I just the people that did go way too far. I hope they take a look at it now. To be honest, you never know who you're talking to on social media. So some of those could honestly have just been kids, couldn't they? Do you know what I mean? They could have just been kids that just wanted to kind of be a part of it. And, they don't know really where to draw the line. And so that's why some of it was a bit OTT. But, I understand the want and the desire for him to come back. So what I would say is that it could happen. It could happen now that Triple H is in charge. Miss Khan said, I'm pretty sure Bray will be back as the Fabulous Moolah. Wow. Nando said, I've been looking forward to this. We appreciate you giving us a SummerSlam review and this. Nando, you're welcome, bud. I really put the work into that SummerSlam review. I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but once UFC finished, I rewatched SummerSlam from the beginning in its entirety. I was taking screenshots all throughout, making notes all throughout. I ended up, no word of a lie, with over 300 screenshots, of which I think 90 were used in the video. Because I was only screenshotting when something big happened, or there was some, I was like, I need to talk about that, and so I was taking a screenshot. The majority of it, I wasn't just sitting there, bang, 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 bang. I was only doing it for, like, key things. So, to rewatch it took, obviously, 3.5 hours. To load the images in took flipping forever. 90 images loaded into a thingy. That must have took me about, I don't know, half an hour or so, easy. Maybe longer. Then, obviously, like, getting my notes together and everything. I reckon all in all, with it uploading, recording, uploading, I reckon it was, I don't know, 5 hours, something like that, after I'd finished doing, I don't know, an 8-hour UFC stream. So, I'm not saying that's blow my own horn, but I'm just saying that, like, the work that went into it, it was not record, let's start talking. It was, did it as, I couldn't have done it any better. I could not have put more work in, really. I suppose I could, but... So, unfortunately, I did miss the women playing football. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I ended up going to bed. I've still managed to get, like, about 4 hours sleep. But here we are doing this stream now, so... We're underway with the pre-show for those just joining us, and we have started with the New Japan Young Lions. So, we've started with Narita and Uemura. I don't know which is which. They're both wearing... It would have been really cool if they'd have wore something that said their names. Or if there was some kind of graphic on screen that told us which was which. They're both wearing Young Lion attire. Kind of pretty plain trunks. Which I don't mind. Because I feel like, you know, you kind of earn your stripes in a way. I don't really mind that. There is something on his boots, though. I will give him that. Which I can't quite see. So it could have his name on the boots, or it could just be like a make of the boots. He's trying to get over to the ropes, and he does. There's enough gold in the ocean for all of us to have 9 pounds of it. There's around 20 million tons of gold that is dispersed in the ocean. How do people know that? Did you see the Unusual Things tribute to Davey Boy tonight? It was brilliant. 30 years since SummerSlam. No, I don't know what that is. Huff Sports Media said, excellent recap, really enjoyed it. Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted to make it good. I knew that we hadn't done, obviously, the watch-along for it, and I knew that people would have questions about every aspect of it. Like, what did you think about the name change for Io Shirai? What did you think about this match? What did you think about that match? What did you think about when the ring was lifted up? What did you think about Maximum Male Models? What did you think about the commentary? What did you think about, I don't know, all of it. So I really did try to cover everything. I was very conscious, though, of it not going, like, 3 hours or something. I must admit, there was a point where I was recording it, and I can't remember at what point, but I do glance down, and I'm like, okay, we've already done half an hour, and I, like, wasn't really that far through, or I wasn't as far as I had hoped I was, and I was like, oh, got to pick it up a little bit. So I had to pick up the pace. But, yeah, it was good. It was good, and it takes a while to do after the event because of loading the images in, but it's a lot more, it's quite satisfying. It's quite satisfying to have it out there now, and I just hope people watch it and enjoy it, and the feedback's been really good, so I appreciate that. Lovely. Can I just say, the wrestling on display in this is fantastic. There was a beautiful step-up enziguri there, and now we've got a lovely belly-to-belly and a bridge and a pin. I was just really getting into that as well. Like, it was a really good, solid wrestling match. You do get that, though, from the Young Lions. It's good. People on their feet applauding. I think they're impressed with that. James said, I still need to watch the SummerSlam review. Heather said, Rick isn't going to do jack in this match. He signed autographs all weekend. Andrade is going to do all the work. Unusual Things do grave tours. And they went to the Bulldog Davey Boy Smith today. Okay. United We Love said, I love Brock, but him taking the belts off Roman would have been the same mistake WWE did in 2014 with him ending the streak. He didn't need that then. He didn't need the titles now. Thoughts? I didn't think he would win, mainly because it felt like it was pretty much locked in. It was going to be Roman against Drew at Clash at the Castle. So that's why I was quite confident that Theory would fail with his cash in, and I was quite confident that Roman would win. Had Brock have won it, it would have been a bit confusing. I mean, because I don't believe that he was sticking around, or I don't believe he's going to be sticking around. And as you said, does this make him a bigger deal? Does he become bigger now as a result of this? And the answer would be no. I would maybe argue that Brock ending the streak was the right thing to do. I've got a couple of reasons why I would say that, because at the time I didn't think it was. At the time, I really didn't think it was. Ric Flair's making his way. It's not Ric Flair, it's Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal has come out and is wooing away. Jay Lethal, if you've seen the promos for this, it's absolutely brilliant. So, it was Ric Flair's music, and it's Jay Lethal that has made his way out. I'm going to get to that Brock point. I'm not going to forget about it. But I do want to watch this because it feels important. Let's see what Jay Lethal's got to say. He's telling Tony Schiavone to go away. It's great that Tony's there. This is great. Shut up, fat boy. He's doing a bit of a Ric Flair here. His Ric Flair impression is so good. Yeah, it's so good. In the world that you want to live in, you are standing in front of God. He's so good at that impression. I love the fact that we're getting it on the pre-show. Oh, the jacket's coming off. He's going to drop the elbow. Oh, he's such a heel. Ah. If you've seen that Jay Lethal promo of him doing Ric Flair, it's gone viral like a million times. But these are the mannerisms of a madman. And we are going to embarrass that madman. The build for this has been really good. It's been really good. The videos have done a fantastic job. I said when this was announced, I was like, oh, my only problem with it was it just feels like a load of strangers. It doesn't feel like there's a story to this. They gave you that story. They put that work in. I think they knew that was the problem as well, and they put the work in, gave you some great video packages, and I'm looking forward to the main event now. They had actually got me to the point where I wanted to watch this. Because I was like, oh, man, dude, it's a bit random. Do you know what I mean? Ric Flair, Andrade, Jeff Jarrett, Jay Lethal. It's a bit random. It's not like FTR. It's not like Ricky Steamboat Ric Flair, which would make sense. But, nah, man, this was great. Okay, so... Hello? I'm Karen Jarrett, and you will as hell remember me. Booze for her. Jay Lethal looks at someone in the crowd and says, hey, buddy, you wish you had someone like this to lay down with at night. My husband, Jeff, and Jay. He wants to retire. They're here to grant him his wish. Woo! Right, so, Brock. So, when Brock beat the streak, I was in a pub, and I remember thinking, someone's going to come down. Someone's going to change this. Something's going to happen. Like, I just couldn't accept it. And even the rest of the show, I was like, they're going to change it. They'll change it tomorrow on Raw. I mean, there'll be some kind of controversy. It won't have ended there. It's not going to be Brock that's ending it. But what I will say is, if you think back, that was now 8 years ago. So they gave the win to someone that is still relevant, massive star 8 years later. They could have given it to some young guy that ended up getting released. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine if they'd have given it to someone, I don't know, say Drew, or someone who ended up getting released? Now, granted, Drew came back eventually, but, it could have gone to someone that it didn't work out with. You could have taken a chance on someone, and it didn't work out. And so then Undertaker's streak would always have this kind of feeling to it of like, it was sacrificed for Psycho Sid. Do you know what I mean? Or something like that. But the fact it was Brock, I think, is credible. Brock is a believable person that could end the streak. So I think from a believability point of view, it's good. I don't have an issue with it. I also think that it was the exact right time, because if you look at Undertaker leading up to 30, he's as iconic as ever. Look at him after 30. His match at 30, obviously he gets concussion. His match at 31 is just, against Bray, is just not that highly regarded. It's just not that highly regarded. And then his match at 32 is against Shane, which is like, a gimmick match. It's a Hell in a Cell match. His match at 33 was against Roman, and look at a disaster that was. To the point where he retires after, doesn't he? I mean, that's it. He's done. And then we start getting all the stuff in Saudi Arabia and how bad, him and Goldberg. Look at that match. So, for me, I feel like Undertaker he should have gone after 30. That should have been it. As soon as 30 happens, that he should have ended it there. Because that was... I don't think you get many great Undertaker. You do get some. You do absolutely get some. But I don't think you get many after 30. I mean, for me, I think it's the right time the streak ended. It never outstayed its welcome. That's another great thing about the streak. Never outstays its welcome. People aren't getting bored of it, right? Don't get bored of it. It ends at the right time. It ends to someone credible. It ends to someone that sticks around at least 8 years after he ends it as well, which, all of these things could have gone wrong. All of these things could have gone the wrong way, but they were all perfect, right? And the final thing I would say is I do think he uses it. I can't say it makes him a bigger star, right? But he uses it. Think about how much he uses it in the years that follow, bragging about it. Do you know what I mean? He's constantly talking about, and Paul Heyman is, even now, he talks about how Brock ended the streak. They treat it as this massive thing, and it was. So, I think it's debatable. Let's put it that way. Some people say it was right. Some people say it was wrong. I felt that it was wrong at the time, because at the time I could have given you a list of people I would have preferred to have ended it. And you could have saved it for Roman, but if you save it for Roman at 33, I think by that point we've all seen the decline in Undertaker, and we all would have been maybe expecting it. It could have really got to the point where it wasn't a shock, it was a relief. Now they're ending it, and hopefully now he retires. And it never gets to that point. If you think about the shock on the face of the audience, it's because they weren't expecting it. And Undertaker is still as strong as ever. In fact, the year before, he'd had that great match against CM Punk. And then go before that, you got the Shawn Michaels Triple H matches. So Foley has come down. Look at this. Mick Foley is here. Foley has made his way down. I don't know who that guy is. Cyrus? Don't know who he is. Gives a hug to Foley. Is that Frank the Entertainer? Is it? Fatu with a super kick. Fatu with a super kick, and this dude is in the corner. I don't think it is it? He's kind of got half face paint, and he's kind of got a bit of a physique, which kind of reminds me, Jacob Fatu looks like a killer though, doesn't he? Imagine if they could bring him in to be with Roman. Jacob Fatu would be fantastic in WWE, but obviously he's got a bit of a history. Right, let's blast down this. Well, why wouldn't you use it if you're Lesnar? No, it's true. No, it's true. But what I'm saying is it's not like he beats it and then it's spoke about for a little bit and then, like, you know, we move on. It still gets mentioned. Like, I think Heyman even mentioned it the other day in a promo as he was putting over, like, how hard it was going to be to win the last man standing. It's going to be so hard to win the last man standing match for Roman. You know, he's got to beat the Beast. He's got to beat the guy that beat the guy at WrestleMania, and it still gets mentioned. It still gets used, and so like it's not even as if it happened. It got used for 6 months, and now we've just moved on and we never mention it anymore. It still gets shouted about like 8 years later, and that's great. That's brilliant. I mean, so I can't say it made him a bigger star, but I can definitely say he used it, and he used it to his advantage, and it definitely got him. I don't want to say more over, but I think people definitely saw it added to his aura. Let's put it that way. It added to his aura for me. It's a really interesting conversation. It's a conversation we've had many times, but obviously there's always different people here when we're having it. And yeah, that's kind of my take on it anyway. But I do agree, if he'd have won the belts, it wouldn't have made much sense. Because I don't expect a lengthy run, him defending the titles very much. Hell of a match, though. Hell of a match. Paul Carpenter says, what are you watching this on? I'm watching it on YouTube. So, it's on YouTube. I did put online that we were going to be live from midnight, because that's when the show starts. But what I didn't realise was that there was a pre-show. And when I looked into it, I was like, oh. And that apparently started at 6:05. 6:05 used to be the time for, was it Jim Crockett that the show used to start? And so they've kind of gone with that for the pre-show, and then the main show will start in half an hour. Brenton, hello, shout out to you. What made you change your mind? Time made me change my mind. So I think seeing that Brock is still around. So before he beats Undertaker, he's doing all right in WWE. He is, you know, the Beast and all this kind of stuff. But I can't stress enough the fact that he was... Who the hell is this? Are we going to the bunkhouse? Okay, I think we're going to the bunkhouse here. Yeah, it is the bunkhouse time now, so we're going to the bunkhouse. So, what changed my mind? It was time. Time changed my mind. Seeing him destroy Cena at SummerSlam in 2014, which was the next pay-per-view, was really interesting, because it showed they were all in on him. Like, actually, he'd lost to Triple H. And I think, even lost to, like, John Cena. And, you know, it wasn't like he was running through everyone. And so going into WrestleMania, everyone knew, or thought they knew, that Undertaker was actually going to win. This is what gets forgotten about. That is why people are so shocked. I mean, if you did Undertaker Brock now, you'd think, there'd be a good percentage that would think Brock would win. They had set it up perfectly, where pretty much no one expected Brock to win. Everyone thought Undertaker was... They just thought that Brock was the next victim of the streak. So the setup was perfect. The shock was real. It wasn't just a few people in the crowd that were like, wow, I didn't see that. It was everyone. It was everyone. It was such a great moment. Such a great moment. I knew at the time it was an iconic moment. I really thought they were going to reverse it or change it or do something. And they never do, obviously. But they use it, and yeah, with time, it showed itself to me to be a good call. Bully Ray is making his way down. Bunkhouse Battle Royal. Here we go. So, Bully Ray, I'm trying to see who's in the ring. My knowledge of indie wrestling is not great at all. But I know Bully Ray, of course. There's a few people that are already, in the ring. So, there's a few that are getting entrances. Apparently, the one guy that came down is Kazani or something. I didn't see if he got, a little graphic. We're underway here. I mean, for me, this is not stacked with talent, but it's going to be interesting to see who gets it. James Storm has come down as well, by the way. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 12 people in the ring. Around about 12 people or so. What I would say is anyone that beat Brock after him ending the streak made them look like bigger than Brock who hadn't ended the streak. That's true. That's true. Oh, hello. We've got some entrance music. Long live GCW. Is this Nick Gage? Yeah, Nick Gage. Nick Gage is making his way down. Long live GCW, and Nick Gage is making his way down to the ring, but the Bunkhouse match has just stopped. He's locking eyes with Bully Ray. He's gone over to the turnbuckle, staring at Bully Ray. Cut the music. Where's my gang at? Oh, okay, here's some people. Joey Janela's in this gang. Where's my gang at? Has any gang leader ever said that? It's a game changer wrestling roster has just invaded. So, GCW wrestlers are inside the ring. Is this just now still a battle royal? I don't know what's happening anymore. Yeah, I mean, we've got, there's easily 20 plus people in there now. We've just had a load of GCW stars make their way into the ring. Got a little countdown clock, says 25 minutes till the first show. I think this is now just a normal battle royal again, but they've just added GCW in a bit of a cringe way, to be honest. Where's my gang at? Where's my gang at? Has any gang leader ever said that? Where's my gang at? I mean, maybe if you've lost your gang. SummerSlam was well praised by the fans, but there was some disappointment with Usos retaining. Does it feel like fans are starting to get tired of Usos and want something fresh? I can't comment, to be honest, because I can't say that I've seen that disappointment, but equally I can't say I've looked to see what the reaction was to that match. In fact, I haven't looked for the reaction for any match, so I don't know. What I would say is that there are going to be people that are Street Profits fans. It's going to be people that are Usos fans of the Bloodline. So I would think as much disappointment as there probably was people that were happy with it. I mean, I felt that Usos retaining was the right thing because I think that the Bloodline needs to go into Cardiff united and strong. I think that if you take the belts off the Usos, I mean, you could tell that story. There'd be a little, chink in the arsenal, but I just think it's such a great visual at the moment to have Roman with his belts, the Usos with their belts, the Bloodline just dominating. I just think it's such an interesting visual, and I think you've got to be really careful with anything you do between now and WrestleMania, which I know is a long way off still, but if we are doing Roman Rock, what do we want that to look like? What do we want the Usos to look like? What are they going to be with Roman? Are they going to be with The Rock? Are they going to be champions? Are they not going to be champions? Is Roman going to be champion? He's going to have one belt. He's going to have two belts. Is Solo Sikoa going to be with them? Is Naomi going to be with them? So I think for me, if I was doing the booking, I would have both eyes on WrestleMania. WrestleMania is everything right now. I mean, we've got past this year's Mania. We've got past this year's SummerSlam. Who gives a flip about Survivor Series? In my mind, as soon as you get to January, that's it. Straight run to WrestleMania. The road to WrestleMania has begun. It feels now, because we are getting day one again, apparently. So it feels now like the WrestleMania used to start at the Rumble. Sort of feels now like WrestleMania starts at day one. That's kind of came across that way to me this year, that WrestleMania began at day one, and I think I'll have that feeling again next year. So we need to just get through to the end of the year, and of course they could drop it and win them back. You could absolutely do that, but these numbers that they're putting up, I mean, we are looking at historic reigns. Even the Usos have got like 300 and something days now for their tag title reigns. I think it's the SmackDown titles, isn't it? They've got like this 300-odd day title run. And it kind of feels like if they were to lose last night, that would have been the end of that. What we're watching right now is like historic stuff. Like we are watching history, because I don't quite know where their reign falls in the rankings. But what I do know is that Roman is about, fifth now? And actually, one of the things I didn't mention in my review video was just the sheer amount of callbacks that Michael Cole was saying. I mean, he mentions Bob Backlund. He mentions Superstar Billy Graham. He mentions Bruno Sammartino. He mentions Pedro Morales. He mentions an old SummerSlam. Literally throughout the show, there is, I don't know if there's an effort, I don't know if it's a directive, but throughout the show, there is a lot of references to things that happened in the past. And for the longest time, we've just seemingly ignored a lot of things that have happened in the past, unless it does tie in with certain stories. So, when it's Cody, Seth, of course, they're going to talk about their previous matches. But there was a lot of references, a lot of things that you didn't need to mention. You could say that Roman's title reign puts him fifth on the list, and he's got one of the most historic reigns. You don't have to mention the people that are ahead of him, but they do. They do on purpose. They mention it on purpose. They actually take their time to talk about the people that are ahead of him. I think Michael Cole says, check this list out that Roman has joined. He's alongside names such as Pedro Morales, Bruno Sammartino. They didn't need to do that. Michael Cole didn't need to do that, but he did that. And think about that. What he's doing is he's putting over people from the past. He's saying Roman now is alongside Hulk Hogan, Bob Backlund, Pedro Morales, Bruno Sammartino. But these aren't names that normally get mentions. That felt like a change to me. That felt like someone had a word saying, don't be afraid to mention the past or highlight some of the legends of the past. Because there was quite a few moments throughout the show where that happened. I really liked it. It was good. Michael Cole was killing it, man. Without Vince in his ear. Killing it. He's so good. But always knew he was good. I've seen a few shows where he's not had Vince in his ear. I think he did. I can't remember if he did the Cruiserweight Classic. But his commentary on that, I think, was if he did, I think was brilliant. I can't remember if it was that or if it was like a different tournament. It might have been the Mae Young tournament. He did a tournament and it was brilliant. The other one that sticks to mind as well is he does the commentary for Beast in the East, and the commentary for that is fantastic. So always known that Michael Cole without Vince in his ear is great. It's just he gets fed lines, he gets told he has to mention certain things a certain amount of times and all that kind of stuff. So, what changed your mind about streaming the card tonight? To be honest, my plan was to always do a stream. And we did a poll saying, do you want to do a SummerSlam review, talk about what next, or do you want to do Ric Flair's Last Match? Once I heard, because to be honest, I thought my review video after UFC was going to be 10 minutes. I thought it'd be 10 minutes. I thought we'd hit the big points, and I thought that would be it, right? Because I ended up doing a near 50-minute review with loads of images going in such deep detail, I sort of felt that, well, I feel like a lot of the things that we would discuss on a SummerSlam stream are in that video. If you watch that video, I think it answers a lot of the questions people might have had. So I thought to myself, do I need to do a SummerSlam stream after doing a 50-minute SummerSlam review that kind of covers everything? And I was like, why don't we just do the Ric Flair one? Because if we do the Ric Flair one, we'll talk SummerSlam. I knew we would talk SummerSlam. So we can talk SummerSlam, we can talk Ric Flair, we can talk about the show. And so, yeah, you know, we've it's kind of just fallen this way. So in a way, I kind of feel like we've done both. I feel like we're doing the SummerSlam stream and the Ric Flair stream, and there's like that big review that's out there. So just trying my best. That's all I'm doing. I said last night during the UFC stream, it might not be good, it might not be professional, but there's definitely effort involved. I can tell you that much. I can tell you as well that Bubba Ray has gone and got the tables. I gotta say, the crowd aren't really making much noise here. I don't think they've been grabbed by this Battle Royal, this Bunkhouse match. Although they did enjoy that. So, Bully Ray looking pretty good here. Mance, it's down to two. It's Mance Warner and it's Bully Ray. Bully trying to hurl Mance over the top. Mance reverses. It's Bully Ray that goes over. Well, there we go. The Southern Psycho, Mance Warner, wins the Battle Royal. So, it's a win, I believe, for GC Dub. So, there you go, Mance Warner. What's your favourite Ric Flair match or moment? It's got to be his Steamboat match, isn't it? I mean, I feel like the Steamboat matches are... He's had loads of great moments, but I think the Steamboat matches, and I couldn't really pick a favourite because I think that it just is a great trilogy. It's just those matches are kind of that generation's Omega Okada, or Omega Okada is this generation's Flair Steamboat. And when you go into wrestling, they show you those matches for, like, you know, that's some of the first things that they get you to watch for, like, psychology and like how to wrestle the perfect match. It's those are just, yeah, if you've never checked them out, check them out. You can't go wrong with any of them. Any of those Ric Flair Steamboat matches. I even heard that Dave, I don't know if you heard this. There was a match between them, between Ric Flair and Steamboat. You got to remember, this is before the internet, right? They have a match on a house show that Dave Meltzer sees, and I think he writes in the Observer that if this had been on pay-per-view, this would have been a 10-star match. So obviously people lose their minds over trying to... Has anyone got footage of it and track it down? I don't know if it exists. I know there's images from it, but I don't know if the footage from it exists. And it might have been Dave Meltzer just getting a bit carried away. I don't know, right? It might have been tongue-in-cheek. But apparently, like, Dave Meltzer says there's a match they have at a house show that he was at that had it have been on TV, had he have been scoring it, would have been a 10-star flipping match. Which I'm sure probably isn't true. I'm sure that had it have been there, he would have probably given it 5. But yeah, it's what's interesting is that their house show matches are, I mean, apparently just as good, apparently just as iconic. So yeah, anything involving Steamboat and Flair. The 92 Rumble was big. Yeah, it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He had over 2,000 matches with Steamboat. You have to pick one. Well, the trilogy. The main trilogy. Not the ones from, like, you know, the ones from, like, the late 80s, early 90s. Nothing that's, like, mid-90s or anything like that. Nothing that's from, like, clearly nothing that's from house shows. But, like, Chi-Town, you know, you could go with that one. As I said, like, thinking back to them, I can't say there's one of the 3 that, like, really stands out. But it is kind of regarded as, like, some of the greatest ever matches and one of the greatest ever trilogies. Alex says, odd question. In the background of your kids video, you've got a Macho Man product. Have you ever opened it? No. No, I haven't. I can grab it. I mean, the background is literally just here. Hang on. That's it. So it is Macho Man Randy Savage Collector's box set, which is really nice. I actually picked this up on a toy hunt. This is, I think, from FYE in America. It might be in the FYE toy hunt. I'm sure it was there, and I'm sure it was on a shelf. But if you look at the FYE toy hunt, you might be able to see it. So for the first time, relive the entire career of the Macho Man, classic matchups. Ricky, the Dragon, Ultimate Warrior, and more. So inside, I've never opened it, no. I don't know why. It's a bit bad, really. It's just sat on that shelf. But inside, apparently, there is a T-shirt. You get the Macho Man Randy Savage Story DVD box set. You get Macho Madness DVD box set, the 2009 re-release. Fun fact. Glasses and a bandana. So that's what's inside. It's a big box, really. Considering, like, you get, a T-shirt, a bandana, some glasses, 2 box sets. Although, I suppose it's not too bad. But, yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? It's pretty cool. But, no, it's never... Just like most things in my life, it's never been opened. There's tons and tons that I purchase and then never open. I mean, I bought Watch Dogs and I never opened it. I need to move this out of the way. Mick Foley in the crowd. Obviously, we saw him getting involved earlier. Boom. We're about 11 minutes away. If you was Bray, what would your demands be if Triple H called and asked you to return? So, my demands would be I'd want more money than I was on before. I'd see how far I could push it. I mean, that wouldn't be a deal breaker, but I wouldn't want to come back for the same money. I certainly wouldn't want to come back for less. So, I'd want a bit more money than I was on before. I would want to see how far I could push my creative freedom. You see, I am a reasonable person, and I would hope that Bray was as well. This would not be about winning every match. That would be of no concern to me, right? Obviously, I'd want to keep the Fiend character strong, but what I would probably say is, do what you want to me, right? Have me lose every match if you want, I don't care. But the Fiend character needs to be kept strong. When I become the Fiend, like, I don't want the Fiend character to be losing too often. I don't mind the Fiend character taking the odd loss, but it needs to be really significant. It needs to be, like, a WrestleMania kind of situation. And it needs to be, like, you know how Brock lost last night, where, I mean, what else could you throw at him? In fact, I did at one point look at that match last night and thought, this is how they should have booked the Fiend. This is how they should have booked the Fiend. Just keeps getting back up. Do you remember when Brock at the end of that match last night just kept getting back up? I was watching it thinking, that is what the Fiend should have been. Not like lights out spooky, let's do like a load of nonsense, but like just cool stuff where he's like driving a tractor down and picking the ring up. And do you know what I mean? Like, no disrespect to Bray Wyatt, he is not the most technical of wrestlers, right? You're not going to get a 5-star Matt Classic out of Bray Wyatt, right? What you can get out of him, though, is still a 5-star match with him brawling and just like going out there doing, you know, chucking things around and just using his power and using his size. Like, you can still use Bray in that way. Even if you're not going to get a Brian Danielson, Matt Classic, then, you know, what we saw last night, that's how I would be booking The Fiend. So, I think that I would want more money than I was on before. I would want The Fiend side of me to be, you know, creatively free, if you will. I wouldn't want to have to worry about that character being buried. And actually, I'd want as much freedom on that character as would be possible. Like, I want to do more vignettes. I don't want outside interference. Things along those lines. I mean, obviously, it'd take a long time to put all of that into a contract to know where those boundaries are. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of what you would expect. You want a degree of creative freedom. I don't know if WWE would be able to give you that or not, but to be honest, I would hope that if I go into a room and say, look, if you really need me to put people over, have me lose, yeah? I'm sitting here telling you I don't mind me losing. I'm telling you that if you need to put me in a feud where I have to lose, use me. But it's the Fiend character I care about. It's the Fiend character that when I need to go to that darker place, when I need to call, you know, that darker side of me, I can't be doing that and having that lose all the time. That has got to be for special occasions. It's got to be something that we use, you know, a few times a year, say 3-4 times a year. And it's got to be something that when we do see it, I need to be involved in the booking of that then. Because that is very important to me. That is more important to me than me week in, week out just putting people over, which I don't care about. So I would have that conversation. And I tell you as well, if they're paying you a ton of money, then they're going to treat you right. They ain't looking to pay someone millions and millions of dollars and then have them lose every week. Yeah, if they're paying millions of dollars, they need you to make millions of dollars to cover your wage. So the higher wage you're on, the kind of better your treatment should be. Like, if you're on millions and millions of dollars, you ain't sitting in catering because they need you selling merch. They need you selling tickets. They need you earning your keep. So I think if you can nail down the higher wage, you're onto a bit of a winner there anyway. On this card, have you got your eye on someone that you've heard about but haven't had the chance to see? Oh, loads. Tons. I love this card for that. That's a really good point. Hasib, yeah, loads. I'm looking forward to seeing Davey Boy Smith Jr. I'm looking forward to seeing Karrion Kross. I don't get a chance to watch the Von Erichs much, and equally, I don't get a chance to watch the Briscoes. I mean, I will be the first to tell you, I do not watch Impact. I do not watch Ring of Honor. I do not watch MLW. And this card is pretty much full of these people. So, there's tons here. Is there one that stands out? Is there one name that I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see them? I would probably say Josh Alexander, because I don't watch Impact, and he is a Triple Crown champion for them. I have seen him wrestle before, and I thought he was all right. I didn't think he was like anything that special, if I'm being truthful. I think he was on the card where, God, what's her name? You know, the one that causes trouble, the woman, Tessa. She won the world championship. I'm sure we watched Impact for that show, and I think it was X Division. I've got a feeling he might have been in that, or maybe not. He was in some kind of match early in the cards, and he's very distinctive because he wears like amateur wrestling headgear and a singlet and everything. He's proper throwback. I just don't think, because it was a multi-person match, it was like a triple threat three-way thing. I don't think that it kind of worked for him. I don't think he could really show what he could do. And so it wasn't the best advert for him. So I believe that he is a great wrestler. I've got no doubt about that. And I believe that he could steal this show and be absolutely fantastic. and that's why I want to see him. The one time I saw him, he didn't stand out. But it was in a match he couldn't really stand out in. But I am told repeatedly by a few people that this guy is the real deal and that he's one of the best wrestlers out there. So let's see. Let's see what he can do against Jacob Fatu, who I have seen. And I do like, because I did watch MLW for a little while. And he was the champ. He was on top at the time. So I'm aware of him. I'm aware of like Hammerstone as well. So yeah, I would say those. But there's a chunk here, honestly, that because I don't watch Impact, because I don't watch MLW on a regular basis, there's a good chunk here that I'm looking forward to watching. I am not going into this with the greatest knowledge in the world. This is definitely a step outside of my comfort zone, let's put it that way. But I'm here, I'm eager, and we're going to have a good time. Jim said more people should watch Impact. Dark Angel said, I'm looking forward to seeing this Ric Flair guy. He might be something someday. Yeah, dead. Nobody said, if it's the writers writing a good story, even talent can't make a bad storyline look good. It's the writers' faults. Coach Co said, the Mariana Trench is less visited than the moon. 12 people have walked on the moon, but only 3 people have made it to the Mariana Trench due to hostile environments. Michael, people do need to watch Impact. Big Time Baxter said, looking at Triple H taking over creative, there looks to be more focus on in-ring and work ethic rather than based on looks. Is it time for Alexa, Carmella, and Liv to step in the ring? Is it time for Alexa, Carmella, and Liv to step in the ring? What do you mean by that? I mean, we saw Liv last night. Alexa's desperate to get going with, like, you know, she warned whoever was to win the women's championship that she was coming. So I don't know. I can't say. I do think that Triple H will focus more on in-ring. I don't know that there was anything different at SummerSlam. Again, because I did the UFC watch-along, and then immediately after I did my SummerSlam review, I have not looked at what people are saying. For me personally, I think the pacing of SummerSlam was interesting, but I don't know how different, because there was a lot you had to cram in. I thought that there was a lot of, like, big moments, but there was big moments last year. Brock came back, Bayley came back. Of course, the ring, what happened to the ring is something very special. But I don't believe that's Triple H, just because I think putting that together in a week, I mean, honestly, health and safety, flipping nightmare. You got Brock Lesnar. What if that tractor veers off course, goes into the crowd, right? What if, he's picking the ring up, the ring. What about if the ring goes up and flips? What happens if that ring had got up so high that it started to, like, flip over or something? What happens if it started going towards the crowd? Like, there is so much that happened there that would have been rehearsed. To be honest, I was even looking at the ring thinking, is he actually lifting that, or is it hydraulics? Like, because it might be that the thing goes in and then they lift it at the same time. And basically, like, once they've got it to a certain level, then they just leave it there. And that's a way of controlling the situation. But to be honest, I couldn't see any hydraulics involved. So I don't know that that's what they did, but those are the things I was thinking as I was watching it, because I was just thinking from a health and safety point of view, and I think all of that would have been a nightmare to have put together, and I just don't think it would have happened in a week. I think that's something that's been planned for quite a while. If it turns out they did that in a week, I will be shocked, but also I'll be damn impressed, because it's not just a case of let's get a tractor and do this. It's not a case of that. Not when you've got nearly 50-odd thousand people in the same space. The health and safety sign-off on that would have been flipping insane. If you work in retail, or you work in somewhere where you have to do health and safety assessments and risk assessments. I mean, I worked in retail. The risk assessments you have to do just having a shop, not even anything happening, but just having a shop, is insane. Let alone driving a tractor in a stadium full of people and picking a ring up. I couldn't even begin to imagine, like, the red tape that's involved in that. So yeah, for me, I don't know, it was hard to point exactly as to what Triple H changed at SummerSlam and what was already planned. But, I mean, there's definitely things he will have changed. I mean, I can't say that Dakota and Io was going to be coming up. I think there was a good chance Bayley was coming back. I can't say that she was coming back with them two, but she might have been. This could have been a plan. I mean, not Dakota, she got let go. But maybe Io was meant to be with her or something, who knows? That's the kind of stuff I want the dirt sheets to find out. I want to find out what they can tell us. We are going over now. We've had the Bunkhouse match, by the way, if you are just joining us. And we've had Narita against Uemura. We should be going over to our first match very, very soon. The ring was hydraulics, says Unbroken. That's interesting. I did have a little look when it got lifted. I couldn't see anything, but I absolutely believe that it absolutely could be, yes. That's what was going through my mind. I love Gorgeous George, says Barlight Broker. Most annoying thing to date is we won't know what Rambling Rabbit was trying to tell us about Bray, says United We Love. What if Riddle gave Brock some pot and he just hit the ring at 50 miles an hour doing a wheelie? That would have been even better than what we got. Let's put it that way. That would have been that. I mean, if you thought last night was great, you've just found a way of making it better. It feels like WrestleMania weekend. It's great, isn't it? It does feel big. Completely agree. Footballers come home, says Team CB. Dakota Vlog said, I heard some dirt sheets say that Vince turned down the idea of Bayley's faction. I can definitely believe that's Triple H. Bayley coming back, she obviously would have come back anyway. We saw Becky and Brock come back last year, so I did fancy a return here. Didn't know if it'd be Bayley, didn't know if it'd be Charlotte. So I did fancy a return, but never in a million years would I have said Dakota would have walked out. Io, a little bit more likely because she's under contract, but never would have said about Dakota. But listen, if you're a Bray Wyatt fan, that's got to give you confidence. You know, someone that got released has been brought back into the fold. Here we go then. We are, as we said, we are here for this as well. Motor City Machine Guns. Good name, that. Taking on the Wolves. Motor City Machine Guns against the Wolves. Apparently not a match that has happened many times before. I don't know if I can say if it's ever happened before. It might have, but I watched a preview about this show because my knowledge is a little limited, and they were saying that this is like a dream match, something which I don't know if they said had never happened before and will likely never happen again, or has happened once before and will never happen again. Either way, it ain't happened that much. Let's put it that way. So, Motor City Machine Guns inside the ring. We're waiting for Wolves to come down. Barlight Broker, shout out to you. Big Time Baxter said, Fightful are reporting that Bayley pitched this idea to Vince during her injury, but it was rejected. Dakota was then released, and Triple H helped bring Bayley's idea to life. Makes perfect sense. Really interesting that Bayley had pitched it, and that it had been turned down. But yeah, if I was definitely to point to something and say that's got Triple H's fingerprints on it, that would have been something. We've got the American Wolves. They're calling themselves the American Wolves. So these two teams, I've heard of both of them. You're going to see some fast-paced action. You're going to see some quick tags. This is the precursor to the Young Bucks and that style. So this is going to be of interest to people that enjoy Impact in particular. I believe the American Wolves, or Wolves, are 5 times Impact champions. This match is going to slap. Let's go. Sabin and Shelley. I met them and I got a photo op with them today, says Heather. I hope you had fun. Heather, shout out to you. Wrestle with Andy said, this show we've had Stone Cold and Flair. What other legend would you like to see have one last match? It's hard to say, Nick, because I really don't know who's still around now. Because it's a little bit out of sight, out of mind. Do you know someone that I do keep thinking about? I keep thinking about Sid. I keep thinking about Psycho Sid. He was such a big star during, like, New Generation that I believe he's still alive. And we just never see him. He's never in a Rumble or anything like this. But, I mean, I'm sure he's still got his size. I mean, he might have shrunk a bit in his later years, but I doubt he's shrunk that much. I don't know if he still works out. I mean, he might be tiny now. He might be quite thin. I don't know. He might have just given up that life. I really don't know what he's up to, but he is someone that just has completely fallen off the radar. In fact, there was a whole head concussion case against WWE, and it was really interesting going down the list of people that were part of that case, and, the people that are still out there. Because, I mean, like, you got Demolition. Demolition are still out there. We never see them. Imagine if we had Demolition appear on Raw doing, like, a Legends night or something. I mean, it's such a shame. And do you know what? They had a falling out with WWE. That is something I never even thought about. Those people that have got an axe to grind with Vince mightn't come back now. Now that Vince has gone, could we see the likes of Demolition? Because they're still out there. Could you see the likes of Rick the Model Martel, who I believe is still alive as well? Like, there's a list of names of people that are still alive that are not going to be able to have matches. We're not talking about that now. We're talking about, like, just people that we could see in backstage segments that we never see. Those legends of yesteryear that, you could bring in. But actually, like, who is still active enough whereby you could get one more match out of them? I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. Definitely not Shawn or Undertaker, because they're obvious, and also, no. I'd want to see someone that we just don't. Do you know what? AJ Lee. AJ Lee is the one I'd probably choose. I used to really love watching her compete, and I thought she was such a fun character, and she was the women's division before the women's evolution. She really came through, carried that division, had the belt, obviously dropped it to Paige as Paige was coming through, and then you start getting Sasha and everything. But I mean, you go back to 2012 kind of time, 2013, 2014, that kind of those few years. She was, and the thing is, she's still young as well. If she wanted, still in great shape, but if she wanted, she could put the ring gear back on and get in the ring. So I'd probably go AJ Lee. If you go like old school legends, it's fun for nostalgia, but the match is probably going to suck. I think AJ could give you a good match. And actually, in this generation as well, imagine that AJ Lee against Becky. Imagine that. That'd be great. Damn, that'd be great. She always wanted to wrestle. AJ Lee against Sasha Banks. Oh my God. AJ Lee against Sasha Banks. That would be insane. I don't know where my dream match thing is, but there we go, dream match. That would be great. I'd love it. Straight to the midsection. Alexa might be out of luck. She's been in limbo for a few months. No concrete plans. She did a promo on Raw saying she's facing Bianca or Becky. Now this Bayley faction is in the fold. So now what? Well, she could be the person that joins up with Bianca and Becky. It could be Bianca, Becky, and Alexa taking on this new faction of Bayley buddies or whatever they're called. I think she'll be all right. Under Triple H, she'll be all right. She never was NXT Women's Champion, but she was always given some high profile to do. Like, she was put with Buddy and... what was it? Buddy Murphy and Blake and Murphy Wesley Blake and Buddy Murphy. They were a tag team called Blake and Murphy. It was very original. And she was like their valet, but she wrestled as well. And she was mouthy, and she got a high profile, in all fairness. She certainly wasn't someone that was sat in catering. So I think she'll be fine under Triple H. She'll certainly be used more than she's been in recent years, I can tell you that much. And actually, I think we saw signs of that on Raw, where she gave that really good promo, so... AJ against Ruby Riott. Be good. AJ Lee against anyone from this generation. I mean, I don't care if it's Charlotte, Sasha, Bayley, Becky, Bianca, Ruby, Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa. I mean, like, there's so many great matches that you could do. We're leaving Asuka out. Would she not fit putting her differences aside with Becky and join forces with Bianca? Yes, she would. I'll tell you my only problem that I've got with Asuka, and maybe even Alexa joining that group becomes too powerful. That is like a female Shield. Becky, Bianca's the champ. Becky is one of the biggest female stars, if not the biggest female star they've ever had. I mean, she got to a level with the man stuff that we have never seen a woman get to before. Like, she was, at one point, arguably the most over superstar they had, out of men and women. Like, she reached the promised land. I feel like her star power has just dropped a touch. Not much, but she's now clearly below Roman. Maybe it's not that she has dropped, it's more Roman has gone up. But I think, like, yeah, I think that she's still one of their biggest stars. So you got, like, Becky... You got Bianca, and then you're going to put Asuka with them. Like, for me, we are now talking about one of the greatest factions. Obviously, it depends how they get booked. But that, to me, on paper, is one of the strongest factions WWE has ever had. Like, how is Dakota Kai? Who, no disrespect to Dakota Kai, but she's never been, like, a killer. Io Shirai, no disrespect to her, fantastic wrestler, but she is on the smaller side. She is going to have to try and overcome her height disadvantage, if you will. And Bayley's Bayley, yeah? I do look at that Bayley, Dakota, Io faction as interesting, but not the strongest. Only because of how, Dakota was booked in NXT. And because she was always, like, the girl on the side, really. She was never, like, the women's champion. She tried to become the women's champion, but she could never quite reach that level. And then Io was champion for a long time. Like, she is very credible. Io is obviously very, very strong. But, I don't know, we haven't seen her in a while. And we're going to need to build some momentum. We're definitely going to need to do a lot of work with that Bayley faction. I'm for it. I'm here for it. Can't wait to see it. But we've got to do a lot of work with it. So I sort of feel like if you've got Bianca and you've got Becky, I feel like you need someone that really needs to be elevated. It should be an Aaliyah, to be honest. It should be someone along those lines that really is struggling and needs, a Dana Brooke. Someone that needs to be with two very strong women and they can be the weak part of the link, if you will. Because honestly, if you put Asuka, Becky, Bianca together, no one beating that. I don't know if I could pick three women and put three women together that could beat that team. I mean, for me, Asuka is the greatest ever. Bianca's the champion, and Becky's the largest female star they've ever had. I don't think... I could go Charlotte, Sasha, Trish. Charlotte... Sasha, Trish is maybe the only team I could throw together that would be equal to Becky, Bianca, and Asuka. It's that level. It's God mode. I mean, the only thing that would bring that faction down is 3 Lindas. That's it. You'd need 3 Linda McMahons. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Having Kross with Scarlett, having the original entrance could be massive. Yeah, Kross would be great if they could bring him back. Definitely. Definitely. I think he's under contract now, though, isn't he? They might be able to buy it out, though. That's something you could do. We want to buy him out of his contract, see how much it's going to cost. This match has been pretty good. Kick to the midsection. Inverted atomic drop. So, Motor City Machine Guns working very well together. Basement dropkick. Crowd applauding. They're enjoying what they're seeing. And this match definitely getting some time. Double enziguris. Looking for... thought he was going for a net breaker there. Skull and crossbones. Looks like we might be getting the finish. And there it is. So, Motor City Machine Guns pick up the victory. Britt has been jokingly asked Punk for a mixed tag match with AJ and Punk and herself and Cole for a while, and she brought it back up to him at San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she does want to do that. I don't think AJ Lee does. I've seen her do a few interviews saying she's not interested in stepping back in there. She wants to empower women, blah, 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 blah. Which is all good stuff, but, you know, it is a bit blah, blah, blah when you want to see her wrestle. So she's doing that Women of Wrestling stuff, isn't she? She's like the executive for that, and I think that's restarting up soon. So I hope she changes her mind. I think SmackDown definitely needs to call up Toxic Attraction and build up Raquel, Shotzi, Shayna. With Triple H in charge, I hope we get Killer Shayna again. Nando said, EO against Bianca, main event of WrestleMania 39 or 40. What about Charlotte, Sasha, Ronda? Ooh, Ronda's a good one. Ronda's a good one. Okay, so Ronda definitely tops... It's hard to say, but Asuka, Bianca, Becky, Ronda's a killer. So she could definitely... That's a good starting point. She's a good starting point. Trish is regarded as the greatest ever, so she's worth keeping, and Charlotte's most decorated. I think that might be the strongest team you could do. I think you've called it. I think Charlotte, Trish, Ronda is the strongest 3 women you could put together in the history of WWE. Ronda's the most legit. The only thing I would say is Trish is like the most popular. She's regarded as the best. If you used to ask people who's the best, they'll say Trish, right? But actually getting it done in the ring, I would change her for Asuka. So for me personally, the strongest I could put out there would be Ronda, Asuka, and I want to say Charlotte. But it's probably quite close. But I think Charlotte's very athletic. Very, very athletic. I'll probably go Charlotte. I'll go Charlotte. Charlotte, Becky. I don't think it's Bayley. Yeah, that third, Asuka, Ronda, definitely. Asuka, Ronda, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. But yeah, who'd the third person? I think I'd be going Charlotte, though. My point remains. Anyway, if you do Becky, Bianca, and Asuka, like, for me, that's too strong. I mean, we are literally having to come up with the greatest factions ever to try and defeat them. Right, here we go. This is a match I'm going to be a bit more into. Not that I wasn't into that last one, but honestly, I was even forgetting what team was what, to be honest. I don't need to worry about that here, though, because I certainly know both of these. Davey Boy Smith Jr. making his way down. So, Davey Boy Smith Jr. is going to be taking on Killer Kross. Kross talked about the corporate ministry coming back and that it was pitched for him. Do you think if they resign him, that is the way they would go? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, a corporate ministry, I don't know if I would use him that way. I feel like him in a suit is the right thing to do. Have him like in a suit, and I think like then literally do what you did for him in NXT. What I don't need Scarlett like mouthing along to the entrance song and everything. I just need her looking cool. I just need her like around, just looking like, you know, stunning. She is stunning. Just being there. I don't need her like getting in the ring, like mouthing along to the song and everything. That was always something that I always wasn't a fan of when it came to the NXT entrance. I'm also not sure about him with hair. He's coming down with hair. I think I'd lose the hair. I think, wasn't he bald in NXT? So, he's making his way down to the ring. Killer Kross. Tick tock. He looks great, doesn't he? Look at his physique. He does look absolutely brilliant. I don't know why this guy got released. I don't know what the reasons were. I don't know why you would have him and let him go. I don't know. I mean, there must have been more to it, because that is a Vince guy. He got released because of his size, has he? Maybe he was hard to work with. Perhaps he was like moaning about the creative direction, but you know, all I would say to that is fair play. Because his creative direction sucked. Here we go. We've got Killer Kross and we got Davey Boy Smith Jr. both face to face, both standing across from each other, circling around. This doesn't need loads of time. This is. Do you know what this is? This is flipping the 2022 version of British Bulldog against Warlord. That's what this is. It's the 2022 version of that. Can I just say that Davey Boy Smith Jr.'s tights are flipping god awful. He's got a bone on the side of his leg. I mean, I'm loving the Union flag, right? Of course. Being on the backside, yeah. But that would look so much nicer if it was just white on the legs. Instead, it's got, there's a bone. He's got a flipping bone printed on the side of his leg. Don't need that. I understand you're a bulldog. We don't need flipping dog toys, bones, kennels to get the message. Mr. Rotella, hello, my friends. Hope you are well. Elder Sour and I send at best regards. Watching together in beautiful Florida. Hello. Shout out to you both. I hope you're both well. As you're launching your political campaign, I understand. So I hope that's going well. As we are working our way towards Ric Flair's final match. Pretty special. Pretty special, actually, that this is where it's going to end. And to be honest, I think this is where it ends, and I hope this is where it ends. One thing I meant to do was have a look and see exactly when his last match was, but certainly the stuff he was doing in TNA and everything was like 10 years ago. So I wonder if I can do that now, actually. I might be able to have a look and see exactly when his last match was. Cage Match, the Internet Wrestling Database, is a really good tool. It's really, really good for looking at people's careers. So if ever you want to have a look and see when people had matches, who they had matches against, what they were doing in certain years, this is just an absolute godsend. So it's called Cage Match. And we should be able to use that to tell us matches. We're still underway with this. We got Scarlett on the outside. Double wrist lock being applied. Ric Flair matches. Okay, so according to this, his last match was 11 years ago. if I am reading this right, his last match was against Sting. That's a shame. His last match was a loss to Sting. Impact. It was at Universal Studios, Orlando, Florida. And it was a loss to Sting, 14 minutes 54 in 2011. He's obviously got a fair few Impact matches. So, this is interesting. So he loses to Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 24. And apparently, after that, which was his final match, blah, 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 he then has 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 more matches. So once he loses, this will be 17. That's kind of crazy, because hasn't he got 16 world titles? He's got 16 world championship reigns, and he's had 16 matches after his WrestleMania match, and this will be his 17th. He had 4 on the Hulkamania tour of Australia. I don't know if you remember that, but Hogan did a tour of Australia. And he had 4 matches there. It was Hogan against Ric Flair. So they did those as the main event for that tour. And then he did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 matches in TNA. So 12 TNA matches, 4 on the Hogan tour. This was all after he lost to Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania WrestleMania 24, and his last match was 11 years ago. Right, Mitchell said, I think Vince didn't want to push any stars. He didn't make. I think that's ignorant and prideful. I think AJ Styles was an exception to that rule. It could be a factor. I don't know that that's a factor. It could have been a factor. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. Karrion Kross gets the win here. He wallops Davey Boy Smith Jr. Down he goes, and it's a win for Killer Kross. Yeah, it came down to the striking. Orange Santa's there! Oh, the memories! Orange Santa's in the crowd! Damn, that is cool. Look at him. With his Ric Flairs Last Match. He's got a Ric Flairs Last Match t-shirt on. He's got his Orange Santa hat on. He's got his Orange Santa jacket on. Oh, that's a blast from the past. We are just seeing lots of little video messages. Booker T, Dolph Ziggler, Shawn Michaels. Shawn says, I wish him all the best. Jake Roberts. Jake the Snake. Will Sasso. So we're just hearing from loads of people just sending in their thoughts on Ric Flair's final match. And I do think this will be the final match. I know we've been down this road before, but if that is true, that he hasn't had a match for 11 years, then you've got to think that this was a one-off. I mean, a massive final event. We know what his health's like. The only problem will be if he gets in there, does really well, really enjoys it, and wants one more run. But who's going to do it? Yeah, that would suck. Imagine if next year they do another one. That would suck. This should be it. I mean, that you could not ask for a better send-off than this. I know the send-off at WrestleMania 24 was perfect, but this is it. That was WrestleMania, and it wasn't the main event. He's got this whole thing is about his last match. This whole event is built around his last match. So it's kind of, you just couldn't ask for much more. Right, this is Takeshita. Takeshita against, I can't remember who these people are. I know we've got Gresham. I know that we've got Alan Angels. And I don't know who this Wayne guy is. Jeff Wayne or whatever he's called. Ian Riccaboni. This Wayne guy apparently is the youngest person signed to an AEW contract. is what I heard. That's what I heard. That's the word on the street. That's what the kids are saying. Is Killer Kross going back to WWE? I've not heard any rumours of that, no. I believe he's actually signed to MLW, isn't he? So there would be a whole thing that would need to be sorted. I'm surprised that there's WWE superstars that are sending messages. Yeah, I listened to Conrad talk about this, though. He said that if it wasn't Ric Flair, they would not have been able to have got like a lot of this sorted. And I think he's referring to that. And as well as that, Jeff Jarrett. Don't forget, Jeff Jarrett's involved. Jeff Jarrett was at SummerSlam last night. And he is obviously, quite a high up for them. I think he oversees their live events. So, he's got an important job. But he's here involved in this match. So, I did hear Conrad saying that they are very grateful to WWE. And they've been very cooperative. And if it hadn't have been that this was Ric Flair, he knows that he just wouldn't have got a lot of this sorted. Here's this guy. I can't remember his name. Someone Wayne. Nick Wayne. There we go. Youngest man ever signed to a contract to AEW. I've never seen him. I mean, I don't know if he competes on like Dark and Elevation, but I've never seen him. So, Nick Wayne. He looks young. I mean, not like 12, but, he looks young. Do you know, I get a bit of a Lightning Kid vibe from him. A 1, 2, 3 Kid vibe. You could put him in 1, 2, 3 Kid attire. I get that kind of vibe from him. If he goes on to have a career as good as X-Pac, then he'll have done well for himself. Here's Gresham. Such a great entrance mask. Gresham making his way down. He's got that skull with the tentacles. He's a tank, isn't he? He looks like a bad man. He's got such a good size, Gresham. Fresh off his falling out with Tony Khan. Goes over to the corner. He doesn't have good size height-wise. I mean, more like he's broad, wide-shouldered. Doesn't miss a day in the gym type situation. Height-wise, he's actually a bit on the small side, isn't he? On the smaller side. Which, I mean, look, it's not an issue. It's just something that probably means that he's not going to be facing Roman Reigns anytime soon. Could you imagine if he was taller, bigger, and had that physique and the mask and everything? Like, man, to the moon. How much do you think Flair will do? I could see a bunch of chops, face first fall, figure 4. Can't imagine him doing much else. I don't even think Double J will do that much. No, I mean, a lot of this match is going to be Jay Lethal and Andrade. I think that you will get a bit from him, though. I don't think that he will go in there and just do a few bits like that and that'll be it. I think you will get a bit from it because this whole event is basically Ric Flair's final match. If he just goes in, does a few chops, I mean, he'll do the chops, he'll do the strut, whatever, but I've seen the training videos that he's been doing with Jay Lethal, and they've been doing, rolls, reversals, clotheslines, they've been going through the motions. Conrad said that when Jay started training, he, because, apparently Ric's just not been doing anything, and so Jay Lethal went to train with Ric to see, if he could go, if he could do it, what he was capable of. And Conrad said he had a phone call with Jay Lethal, and he was like, how's he look, mate? And Jay Lethal's like, you're not going to believe it. He gorilla press slammed me. he picked me up. He slammed me. And, they were like, what? This is like a 70-year-old man that has not wrestled for 11 years, who I think, he is, I think he's just got a natural strength. I don't know that he does much gym-wise, right? He might do, but he's certainly in The Rock. You know what I mean? Like pounding and banging in the gym. But apparently it's like picking, I don't know, obviously I haven't seen it, so I don't know if it's like a gorilla press, military press, or if it was a power slam or what it was, but they were not expecting that from him. They were expecting, as you just said, few strikes, face first fall, you know, the greatest hits. But, you know, he's apparently got it still, and I don't know, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how much you get. I would go into it with low expectations. Go in with really low expectations. Go in with it with the expectations of, you know, whatever. If you get that, you know, you get that. I think for me, I'm such a fan of wrestling and the history of it that I think just the fact we can sit here tonight and watch what is potentially, hopefully, Ric Flair's final match. You know, arguably the greatest to ever do it. If they give you a spot next to Mount Rushmore to chisel in, like, professional wrestlers, right, there's a real good chance that you're doing Ric Flair, right? I mean, I'm not going to say he's the first that you do, but he could be. But there's a good chance he's one of them four. And I think that the fact that we get to watch his final match and we get to see him compete tonight it's a bit of a treat, really. It's a bit of a treat. You're not going to see anything that's going to blow your mind. But it's just the fact that you can see him. I mean, how much would I love to sit here now and watch Lou Thesz wrestle one more match? Or Gorgeous George? Or, do you know what I mean? Ed Strangler Lewis? Killer Kowalski? I mean, Bruno? I mean, you'd love to see those guys, buddy. We've already heard Charlotte put the stop to a dive that Flair wanted to do. Obviously not his upside down bump in the turnbuckle. I could see a body slam or two, says Brendan. You're going to see Rick take about all the Flair bumps. Cliff said the match won't be any good. Yeah, just go in with low expectations. I ain't looking for this to be 5 stars. I ain't looking for this to be 1 star. I really don't care. I just want to see it. It's as simple as that. You know, sometimes it's not about like the how good the match is. It's just you want to see it. Is this an indie show pay-per-view? Yeah. I mean, it's at Starcast, so that's Conrad Thompson's kind of convention conference thing. It's where they do all the meet and greets. They do like a load of live podcasts. And they have wrestling there as well. And 1, 2. We are underway with this, by the way. I've also managed to not spell Gresham correctly. That must have been a glitch, because I definitely would have typed the letters. But even so, there we go. Gresham is in there. Here's Wayne going for that clothesline. Gresham. Lovely springboard moonsault, and then straight into a suicide dive. Wipes out Alan Angels, chucks him in the ring. Lovely pace, goes up, over the top. Lovely roll. Oh, gets reversed. Crucifix pin, but tries to transition over. That's a lovely little pinfall attempt. Duck underneath, round the back. Angels against the ropes, tries to hold on, can't. Lovely bridges it as well, Gresham. Done. Gresham gets the win. Was that meant to end that way? They've only just come down. Gresham wins it. Damn, was something going to get a lot of time here? I don't understand. I mean, I suppose we are 40 minutes in, but what have we had? We've had... That was our 3rd match in 40 minutes. Perhaps they're looking to get this done in... Well, do you know what? This is not seemingly going to be an AEW pay-per-view. We're seemingly not going to be here by, like, in a month's time. But I'm surprised at how quick that was. So, we've got Gresham heading to the back. Cody. It's a lovely... Look at that. Look at that beach. He's got like a waterfront apartment or wherever he is. Like, you can see the beach in the background. Sun is shining. Ric Flair can do whatever he wants in pro wrestling. One of the things Dusty was most proud of. He would be most proud that he was Ric's greatest opponent. That's obviously debatable, but it's absolutely in the conversation. So there we go. That was quick, wasn't it? That was quick. I didn't see Dexter Loomis at StarCast, but I did see Gargano. Disappointing that Johnny wasn't there. I felt pretty good he would have been if Seth had had a match. That thing was a little strange. When Riddle jumps in the ring. And I said in my review, I thought that he was about to call out management. The way security were trying to stop him, I thought that they were going for an angle of, like, management have lied to you. I'm not injured. They've told you I'm injured, but I'm not injured. They just don't want me on this card. And I thought it was going to be a bit of a pipe bomb at SummerSlam. Oh my God, this is really interesting. We're doing something really interesting here with, we're doing something really interesting with Riddle, but didn't go that way. He came out and he was like, I want Seth. And then Seth came down and they brawled and, Nick Aldis has come out. The national treasure. Nick Aldis jumping onto commentary. So NWA being represented. Nick Aldis says, I appreciate being here with two unbelievable legends of our industry, and what a night to be here as well. Jamie Elson, shout out to you. You forgot the Battle Royal. The Battle Royal. What do you mean? Battle Royal was on the pre-show. So we did get Narita and Uemura, and we also got the Battle Royal. But I think on this main card so far, we've had Davey and Killer Kross. We've had Wolves and Motor City Machine Guns. And we just got the Angels, Gresham, Takeshita and Wayne match. So 3 on this main card so far. We're going into our 4th, which is going to be Rock and Roll against the 4 Horsemen. Okay. 4 Horsemen. This is going to have Brock Anderson involved, I believe. Against Rock and Roll. Ricky Morton. Mick Foley at ringside. I wonder, they keep showing Mick Foley. I wonder if he's going to get involved in some way. I wonder if there'll be a bit of skullduggery. I wonder if there'll be a need for someone to help. Those Horseman shirts, man, they're cool, aren't they? The 4 Horseman shirts look great. So, Pillman Jr. and Brock Anderson making their way down. They've called them the 4 Horsemen. And there's Arn. Arn comes out to a great reaction. Since this is Flair's match, what is your favourite Flair match and promo? As far as matches, Steamboat Trilogy, Funk match, favourite promo, sneaky one, but the promo after Triple H turned on him in 2005. The trilogy for me, we spoke about it earlier, the Steamboat Trilogy. I just think that it's such an important moment in wrestling. You can kind of anchor things on it. You can point to it and say that's wrestling. It gives you something to actually go, that is wrestling. That is what this is at its very, very best. And as we said, they still show people that trilogy. the emotion, the selling, the way that they work the crowd. I mean, it's there. Like, you can pick it all out of it, and that trilogy is it's one of the greatest, if not the greatest trilogies. So for me, it would be that. But promo, the one that comes to mind is the one that he does straight after winning Royal Rumble 92. And the emotion, and they're backstage after he's just won, and he's just won the WWE Championship. That one really resonates with me because I get into wrestling in 92, but I get into it at the end of 92, early 93. So, I mean, the 92 Rumble was, fantastic. It's absolutely maybe the best, but it is undoubtedly one of the best because of the talent that's involved in it and the story of Ric Flair starting, going the distance, winning the title, what it means as well, because Ric Flair obviously coming into WWE in, 91? And so this is him, and he coming in with the other world title, the real world title, if you will, and that being blurred and all of that kind of stuff. So him then winning it in the Rumble, and the pamming, like, he was so good at his promos. But that one stands out to me. I think had I have invested more of my time going through the old kind of Jim Crockett stuff, then there might have been some really great hidden promos in there. Some stuff which, I don't know. I mean, he was cutting promos all the time, wasn't he? I mean, largely the same stuff, wheeler dealing, jet flying, limousine riding, all that kind of stuff. But the one that always comes to my mind first of all would be straight after the Rumble. Eric, shout out to you. We are underway here with, as we said, Rock and Roll and the Four Horsemen. They've brought out Nick Aldis on commentary for this one. So this... Oh, nice strike to the back of the head there. So I believe that's Ricky Morton's son, isn't it, that's in the ring? Kerry Morton is his name. Drop kick there by Kerry Morton. Goes over. Monkey flip by Morton. He's got Pillman. Pillman goes down. So we're seeing a lot of Morton carrying this. I mean, I don't feel like he's got a bright future or anything. I don't think he's that young. But he can do some stuff. Here's Brock Anderson. Brock Anderson getting in the ring. He wants Ricky Morton. He said, I don't want you. I want your dad. Ricky Morton being summoned. Here we go. Ricky Morton getting into the ring. Locking up. Driving Ricky Morton back. Brock Anderson pushing him. Strike coming back by Ricky Morton. And again. So good in ring, Ricky Morton. Into the corner goes Ricky. Moves out the way. Brock Anderson into the corner. It's a little slow, but who cares? I ain't going to be watching this, analysing it or anything. It's just, it is what it is, isn't it? Strikes coming in by Ricky Morton. I've crashed in a plane, got hit by lightning and sledgehammers. You think I'm afraid of Triple H? The promo after Rick is thrown out of Evolution still gives me chills, says Brenton. Who knew Vince would retire before Flair, says Minty. Unbroken said Brock Anderson looks older than Arn. Okay, Kerry is tagged in. He goes against the ropes. If the plan is for Theory to be the next face of the company, what are your thoughts on him cashing in at Roman at Mania? If he faces and beats The Rock, what better platform and scenario to showcase your next face? Wouldn't do it for one reason. One reason and one reason only. I want Roman to get to 1,000 days. We're at 700 days. We need 300 more to go. 300 more to go. So, as soon as we hit 1,000, do whatever the flip you want, right? But we are looking... I mean, we're already at one of the most historic reigns. I mean, this is just... When does it end? It could end at any time. It could end against Drew at Clash at the Castle. It could end there. If I'm booking it, I'm getting to 1,000 days, yeah? There is a carrot that is being dangled. I can see it in the distance. 1,000-day title reign. In this era. Could you imagine if you said to someone... Imagine if you said to someone, do you think that anyone would have like a, 1,000-day title reign in this? They'd be like, nah, not in this day and age. You can't get away with it. The fans won't have it. We're at 700. We're at 700. It's so close. I can taste it. I wouldn't have him losing it before that. I don't know, you'd have to have a look, see, is there a show or something you can tease when you get to 999? Imagine if 999 is a pay-per-view. You could build the whole thing about, he's just got to win today and then he'll get to the 1,000. Wins the match, is absolutely battered. Here comes Theory. Oh my God, it'd be so good. Mitchell said, what if Drew wins both belts, but Theory cashes in on Drew, gets one belt off of him, and then we break up the belts that way? What if Drew wins both, and then Theory cashes in and gets just the one? Well, I mean, I would break both belts up. I think if you're going to keep it one belt, then let's just keep it one belt. Let's have one new belt, shall we? I feel like this is something Triple H has got to make a decision on now. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to have one champion? If so, can we have one belt, please? Or are you going to split them back up? Ricky Morton going for the pin there on Brock Anderson. To the outside goes Pillman. We got the Mortons. They should have been called the Mortons. Not rock and roll. Against the ropes goes Ricky Morton. He gets kicked in the back of the head. Brock Anderson. Oh, plants him. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. It is a win for the Four Horsemen. Pillman Jr. and Brock Anderson get the win. Old Man Morton takes the pin. God, we are honestly, we are not sticking. Have we got somewhere to be? I don't understand. Have we got to be out of this building by a certain... Have we got 2 hours and that's it? I mean, I don't hate it. Nothing's outstaying its welcome. I don't even know if anything's staying long enough to say hello. Ric Flair's Last Match. Jim Crockett's promotions. Ric Flair's Last Match. Ric Flair and Andrade El Idolo taking on Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal. That, of course, is our main event this evening. We've still got Von Erichs against Briscoes. We've still got Bandido, Laredo Kid, Fenix, Taurus. We've still got Jordynne Grace, Deonna Purrazzo, and Ellering. Rachel Ellering. We've still got Josh Alexander against Fatu, Jacob Fatu. So we've still got plenty of matches to come. Feels like we're about halfway. Feels like we're about halfway. In 55 minutes. Right, we're going to the AAA Lucha Fest. The following contest. They might give these guys some time, in all fairness, because I don't think any of these are boomers. So, we've got Bandido. We've got Laredo Kids. We've got Fenix. And I don't know anything about this Taurus. I know I'm a Taurus. Taurus, there we go. Let's get in the comments. Daze, Jeremy is funny. He said it only takes for you to touch Flair's head for him to start bleeding, and that you need to do a poll for how long it'll take for Flair to bleed. It is true. I mean, he's got that old man boomer skin, hasn't he? Then you got to look at it and it starts weeping. It's a bit like Liv Morgan. You've only got to look at it and it starts weeping. Abdurasa says, can you tell me who is my favourite superstar? Who is your favourite superstar? Your favourite superstar is Marseille. That's your favourite superstar. You love Marseille. You loved Marseille. You loved the Maximum Male Models segment last night, which I genuinely thought was funny. I watched it. I was like, this is actually pretty fun. It's fun. Watching them selling products. Water, which is a good product in all fairness. Laredo Kid making his way down. What next for Brock? He was awesome at SummerSlam. Do you know, I did watch it last night, and forget that he climbs back in the ring and what happens after, right? Forget that. Just watching the event and the way it ends, I did think to myself, that would be the perfect send-off. That would be the perfect send-off. It's in a stadium. It's in front of 50-odd thousand people. What are you ever going to do that's more epic than what he does with that tractor in the ring? I mean, honestly, you are really going to struggle to find something more epic than that. That is just... it's like when the ring collapses. The ring being, like, lifted up and everything. It is just absolutely incredible. It's incredible. So, I kind of feel like, what do you do? In all fairness, he was not meant to be there. That was meant to have been Randy Orton. So, he will probably go away for a while now. And, you know, we might not see him until WrestleMania time next year. So, it's great that he's gone away with a big, awesome main event that people are obviously, rightfully losing their minds over. But I don't think there is a need to start planning what we do with him next, because I think what comes next is a long way down the road. There's every chance you don't see him again in this year. I mean, I don't expect him to be at Clash at the Castle. And honestly, what else have we got this year? Survivor Series. I just don't expect to see him again. Maybe if we go to Saudi. I actually don't know. I think we probably are, aren't we? Tend to go in November time, don't we? Maybe he'll be there. Maybe he'll do that. Right, we're underway with this fatal four-way. Got Laredo Kid and Fenix working together. Going against the ropes, clothesline. Taurus in the corner, charging over. I don't know anything about Taurus, but he's pretty crazy ring gear, isn't it? That's a hell of a mask. Big chop by Fenix. So we are up and running. We are underway. I think Drew wins at Clash at the Castle. Theory will cash in, winning in the UK. If that does happen, I doubt Theory would be able to get out of the country. Bugger said, I'm wondering if Edge can win one last major title before he retires. If so, when will he win it? I mean, what do you mean by major? Mid-card, absolutely. Tag, absolutely. If you're talking about the one that Roman's got, could he win that? He could. I just don't know that he will. Because I just think there's potentially other people. I mean, Cody's got to get it next year. Cody's got to get it. Is Edge going to get it off Cody? I don't know. Looking at, you might be able to fit Edge in somewhere, but I don't know. I don't think it's a guarantee that he is going to get that title on this final run, no. I don't think it's a guarantee. But I don't think it's a problem either. Don't think he needs it. I think what he needs is he just needs some iconic matches. And, he just needs to put some, and he's had some great matches. I mean, that greatest match ever against Randy Orton. I know it was cinematic, but it was brilliant. It was brilliant. So not only was that great, but also his Hell in a Cell match against Seth is brilliant. So for me, those are the two shining lights since he returns. I thought his WrestleMania 36 match, was not very good. That was against Randy. 37 is in the main event, isn't he, with Daniel Bryan and Roman? It was all right. That was pretty good. It was pretty decent. I wasn't crazy about day 2, WrestleMania 37. I thought day 1 was better. Same this year, actually. I thought day 1 was better. Shoulder up. Fenix trying to get the pin. Crowd a bit quiet here, Over an hour into this event. It's been all right. It's been a bit chilled. It's a chilled stream. Do you remember that Cena is going to be at WrestleMania 39? Do I remember that he's going to be there? I would expect. I mean, I don't know that it's been announced he's there, has it? But it's in Hollywood, so I would expect him. Up top, corkscrew. Fenix down, kick out. So we are seeing some high-flying lucha stuff at the moment. Does Ronda get kayfabe suspended as a way to write her off TV for a bit? Yes. Charlotte could be Liv's next challenger because I can't see Liv versus 2 heels. Do you know what? I was going to say that we should get the belt off Liv. I honestly think, and this might be something people really strongly disagree with, but I honestly think she is a babyface. She caters to a younger audience. She is really one for the kids. I mean, I don't mean that as if there's adults that enjoy her, that's absolutely fine. But to me, she is, watch me. She's I don't know, she just comes across family friendly. Work hard. Her whole character is about working hard, doing the grind, believing in yourself. All this kind of super babyface stuff. She is not Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? She is not someone like Seth Rollins or Cody or anything like this. She tapped before Ronda was pinned. I really am struggling to see how she keeps that title, because she, the referee's decision is final, but she is so about working hard, doing the right thing, believing in yourself. I'm struggling to see her keeping that belt. If I was booking it, I would have her surrender the title, and I would make a story out of it. So what I would do is I would have her come out on Raw, and or SmackDown. You could do it SmackDown. Have her come out and say, "This is one of the hardest things I am ever going to do. This is one of the hardest promos don't say promos or speeches I am ever going to give. Can we just play the footage?" And play the footage. She can say in the moment, "I didn't know that I had actually tapped before the end of the match, but obviously you can see what I can see, and it is with a very heavy heart I have to surrender this title." And she surrenders the belt, right? Now, a load of Liv fans are going to burst into tears and explode, right? Calm down, because if I was booking it, she would get it back down the road, but I think this is brilliant for her. It's brilliant for her because the integrity of her coming out and holding her hands up and saying, "I want this more than anything, but I want this the right way," is a very powerful message. And I would play on that. I would have her forfeit that. You could have Ronda come out and say, "Well, that's my title then. If you're giving it up, I won it." And then you could have Adam Pearce come out saying, "No, Ronda, because of your actions after that match, not only are you not getting that title, you are suspended. he can suspend Ronda, Liv can forfeit the title, we do a women's tournament to crown a new champion. I don't care who wins that. It doesn't have to be Liv. I think it'd be a shame if it was, actually. Because I think this is an opportunity to do a great big tournament and crown someone different. But what I would do is I would then have Liv saying that she is going to work even harder, do even more to get back, you know, what she had to let go. It was the right thing for her to let it go, and she's going to get it back. And the fans will be with her. She's done the right thing. She's got crazy fan support anyway. She could have took the easy way and just tried to ignore it, but she's acknowledged it. She's done the right thing, and now she's constantly in and around the title picture then for me. If I'm booking it, she gets that belt back. I don't know exactly when. It would not be a long time. It would certainly be some point maybe next year, early next year. Maybe even later this year. Honestly, it would really depend who wins the women's tournament and how they do. But that's the story I would tell now. That's the direction I would go in. Because I just think there's some really good storytelling that can come out of it. Of course, you try and explain that to a Liv fan, and they'll be like, no? Oh, God, what? So she can never win it back again? Shut up. Shut up. Just because she struggled to get there, right? She's there now. She's in, like, these big matches, and if I was booking it, she's going to be staying around that kind of area as well, so... You got to go where the story goes. I didn't book that finish. But that's how I would get out of it. Code Red on the outside. Fenix with a big splash. We've got 3 of them on the outside. I'm guessing this means someone's coming over the top, are they? Yeah, here we go. Look, the camera pans into the ring. Of course it does. That's cool. I hate that spot where they're just waiting to be landed on, but... they're giving this some time. How is commentary tonight? Saw it with Shivani and Crockett. A blast from the past. It's all right. It's all right. It's a blast from the past, but there's not much in the way of, you know, I mean, like in the I don't know who's in the Wolves. I don't know who's in the Motor City Machine Guns. There's not much in the way of like telling you who like certain people are. Even in this match here, there's not a great deal of like, you know, telling you who like certain people are doing what. There's just a lot of, whoa, that was incredible, and all this kind of stuff. Don't know. I don't think Tony Schiavone has ever been the strongest commentator. But from a, you know, blast from the past iconic point of view, it's definitely got nostalgia, let's put it that way, but I think I could find a better commentary team for like actually calling the matches. He's just got took off AEW commentary, didn't he, Tony? Taurus with a released German. What if Becky gets drafted to SmackDown? Does the Ronda match at WrestleMania happen with or without the title? It doesn't necessarily need the title, that. So I think you could book it without the belt. I think that's got such an interesting history that I don't think you need the belt to be involved in that. And actually, it's probably better if it's not, because I think Becky and Ronda sells itself. And, you know, someone like Liv, who is got a very strong fan base, but it's still a limited fan base. It's certainly not the whole WWE universe. Because she's been in the mid-card. She's worked her way up to the top of the card. You know, she would benefit greatly. You would struggle to have a solo singles Liv match at WrestleMania without a title. Let's put it that way. I think if she's going to have a singles match at Mania, the belt needs to be involved. So... unless it's like a fantastically built story. Fenix picks up the win. Fenix pins Taurus. So Fenix picks up the win. So, yeah, unless it's like a really well-told story, I think you would struggle to have like Liv have a match at WrestleMania without the belt. So I would probably do Ronda, Becky without the belt, and then I'd look to probably do Liv. I mean, look, Liv's massively popular. She's really, really popular. She definitely has got support, a lot of support. So there's no need to like be fighting against that. She can absolutely get to the title, and if I was to take it off her, I'd get her back there. I think where we are with Liv now is she needs to find a way of getting wins against your Beckys, your Baileys, your Biancas, and people of that quality. For me, it's a no-brainer that if she was to have a match with Carmella, Liv would win. If she was to have a match with Natalya, Liv would win. If she was to have a match with Raquel Rodriguez, Liv would win. For me, she has got the experience and been on the main roster long enough whereby she is at that level. I don't see her Bayley, Bianca level, and so that's the next step she's got to take. You know, she got the title, she cashed in, she went up against Ronda, she didn't tap, in all fairness, she showed good grit, and she stayed in the match, but obviously she does tap in the end, but she taps right at the same time Ronda's being pinned, and that's why I would go down that road of taking the belt off of her, but I wouldn't just take it off of her, I would have her surrender it, which I think is a lot more powerful, a lot more shows good integrity, and then do a women's tournament, which I think, considering we've just now got Bayley and Dakota and all these women that have come in, I think that'd be a lot of fun. I don't know what brands they're going to. I mean, Bayley and everyone might be going to Raw because of Bianca and whatever, but you get my point. There's some interesting stuff happening in the women's division. I think we're meant to be getting a draft as well, aren't we? I don't know when that's coming. Fenix winning that last match, by the way. And right now we've got JR saying a few words. Thank you for letting me be a small part of this. And thank you for being a huge part of my career. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the very, very best. And I think business is about to pick up. Not sure about Raquel. I think with some build, Raquel could be the one that wins the belt next. Where does Schiavone rank for you in commentary? I think he was great in WCW in the Monday Night Wars. I think he's fine. I think he's best as an interviewer, like in JCP. I agree. I think he's better as an interviewer. In regards to commentary, I mean, I don't know. How do you rank it? You'd have to sit here and go through every commentator. I don't rank him that high. I don't rank him that high. I don't think that when he gets enthused, I don't. It's not that I don't buy it, but he just can't. He can't deliver the big moments like JR, and I don't know. It's a bit chit-chatty sometimes, his style of commentary. I certainly, unlike in AEW in particular, more recently, it's been a bit like chit-chat. It's been like he's just been chatting with friends rather than like professionally calling what's happening in the ring. So, and like, not really knowing the moves, not really. I mean, I feel like he knows the people, but I don't know. It always feels like you're just watching with just like a mate's dad. that's how I would say Tony Schiavone comes across to me. And that's all right sometimes. You might want that. But I think I can definitely think of better. I thought Michael Cole killed it last night, man. I thought he was so good at SummerSlam. Here's Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu making his way down. So we are actually going to this is the match I was looking forward to. Obviously, I'm looking forward to the main event. But I really want to see this Josh Alexander. And there's been a lack, actually, of like singles matches on this card. We are an hour and 15 minutes in. We have got this match. We have got the women. And we have got the Von Erichs against the Briscoes. So we've got 3 matches to go, and then we've got Ric Flair Andrade against Lethal and Jarrett. So, but I'm quite surprised, actually, this wasn't the co-main. I'm quite surprised this wasn't the co-main. Jacob Fatu coming down looking absolutely fantastic. He does look great. He's got such good size. He's really impressive. The event has got a cozy vibe. The opposite of Flair's Mania retirement. That was a spectacle. Both have got great atmospheres. Tom Phillips on commentary now. Tom Hannifan. I don't know what his name is. Tom's here. So, Fatu in the ring. Fatu, Josh, Alexander, let's go. Abdurasa said, are you still doing toy hunts? Yeah, we did one, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that. So there is one on the channel. The Walking Weapon. Impact World Champion. The Walking Weapon, Josh Alexander. He won the title back in April, apparently. I like Tom Phillips. I know that's not his name now, but I'm going to call him Tom Phillips. I always liked him. I don't know what happened with him and why he left WWE. Yeah, attitude advantage with Fatu. Technical wrestling ability with Alexander. Alexander moving out the way. Forearm strikes coming in. Nice hip toss there by Alexander. That's impressive to do that to someone the size of Jacob Fatu. This is for the Impact Championship. I've got to imagine that Alexander's going to find a way of leaving with the belt. I don't think they'll change the title here. Big back body drop, though. It's a good opportunity, this, for Jacob Fatu. Going over, Alexander in the corner, kick to the midsection. Alexander goes down. Big right hand, and Alexander goes down again. Fatu again with a lovely right hand, and Alexander pushes him away. Fatu rolls, charges over. Kicks by Alexander, missile drop kick as Fatu goes down. Rolls over to the corner as Alexander goes over. Grabs him, brings him into the center. European uppercut by Alexander. Grabs him again, another European uppercut. Against the ropes. Fatu over the top. Back elbow by Alexander. So Alexander looking good, in control. Fatu taking some bumps in the early stage of this one. Is down on the ground and got an ankle lock being applied here by Alexander. So ankle lock is locked in. Fatu down on the ground and the crowd are clapping away. Dropping a knee. This could get some time, in all fairness. This is for a title. Tom Phillips has teeth brighter than an eclipse, says Unbroken. Brenton said, where'd you fall on Michael Cole? I think he's been horrible in recent years and blame Vince for that. He was great in the early 2000s with Taz when Heyman was producing him. Yeah, I blame Vince for that. I mean, like, where I fall on Michael Cole is, I think, having seen him, as you say, with Taz, which was such a great partnership. I think having seen him with Taz, having seen him do a few tournaments where Vince wasn't around. We spoke earlier about Beast in the East. I think it was either Cruiserweight or Mae Young. There was a tournament where you know that Vince was paying that no attention. And so Michael Cole could just, kind of do what he does. And he's so good in those situations. He is a really good commentator. When he gets enthused, he still has like enough gravitas in his voice to kind of really take you along. So he can explain everything, and you can hear it. And it's not squeaky, it's not squealy, it's not so high pitched that it grates or it I think it's so important to hit the points. So go through a few moves. You don't need to be Excalibur, right? You don't need to call every move under the sun. I actually appreciate it because sometimes there's moves I see and I'm like, what the hell was that? And Excalibur's knowledge is literally like he could write the encyclopedia on wrestling moves. So off the top, that was great by Fatu. So I do appreciate it from Excalibur, but you certainly don't need to do that to be a commentator. And I think what Michael Cole does is he's got a really good balance between calling the moves, telling the story, which is really important. And obviously, you've got colour there to add some colour. So he doesn't have to do all of that, but he's got a really nice balance. But I think that with Vince in his ear, telling him to repeat certain things and emphasize certain things again, and do you know what I mean? Like silly stuff that comes into commentary sometimes. Sometimes it can not feel too natural. But I thought his calling last night at SummerSlam was really strong. I thought it was really strong, and his calling in the main event. I loved it, actually, when he was saying to the ref, he was like, count faster. In the main event, he was like, count faster, for the love of God. This has got to stop, kind of a thing. And he's like pleading with the referee. It kind of felt like he was becoming part of the story. Because instead of just calling the action, he's actually interacting with someone involved. He's interacting with the referee, saying, you need to count this faster. Like, this cannot keep going on. Like, this isn't right type situation. I thought it was really good. He really sold those big moments at the end. Really, really sold those big moments. So I've got a lot of respect for him. It's a respect that I think, I don't know, I can't say I've always had because, as you said, there's been some awful stuff. But yeah, I think that was Vince. I think it was Vince. But equally, I think it's Vince doing what Vince felt he needed to do. Sometimes the stuff that's cool is not the stuff that makes you money. Simple as that. Vince could have left Michael Cole alone. Products would have been better, but would they have sold? Would they have hit the points as often as they needed to? Would they have got across the points they wanted to as much? Probably not. Would they have sold as many tickets? If they don't mention the shows that are coming up as much. Sometimes you got to step away from a match to talk about something different. And that might be, don't forget, guys, we're going to be blah, 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 blah. Rather than just focus on the match, which is what you want them to do, and you just commentate the whole thing and just really take me on that journey. That's what you want. But sometimes, you've got to throw over to sponsors. You've got to throw over to other information. Don't forget, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes as well, Vince will want him talking about a different angle whilst there's a match happening in the ring. And you want the story of the match that's in the ring, but they'll be talking about, something else that's happened and been going on. So I'll be really interested to know what changes on that front and where the focus is and how much he's got, someone in his ear now. He might be lost. He might get lost with having no one in his ear. But judging SummerSlam, whatever they did at SummerSlam, and obviously I don't know what they did, but whatever they did worked. Alexander, oh, that was lovely. That was a lovely backbreaker. It's kind of a power bomb onto his knee. That was nice. Oh my God, that is lovely. I don't know if I've seen that before. Right onto the knee. And Fatu has got a hell of a size to him. You pick him up in the air and slam him down onto your knee, he's feeling that. You're feeling that. I'm feeling that. We're all feeling that. On the outside is Fatu. Big right hand. Alexander stumbles into the center. Comes back with a big right hand of his own as Jacob Fatu goes down. Against the ropes goes Alexander. Cross body to the back of the neck as Fatu spills outside the ring. This crowd are so flipping quiet. This crowd is a really, really dead crowd. Quiet crowd. Whatever you have to do to get them fired up, It's not happened. Over the top. Wow. It's so much more impressive when a big guy goes over the top like that. I mean, that is just... Look at the agility. 300 plus pounds going... launching himself over that top rope. Going up top. Fatu. Looking for a moonsault. Oh, he gets it. He gets it. He got all of it. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Damn. Look at this. Oh, my God. Damn, that is sick. That is sick. A monster of a man delivering a moonsault like that. I mean, we've seen it before, but it's still damn impressive. Right, got Suplex City going on here. Look, he's holding on to these Germans. 2 in a row by Alexander. Fatu using the ropes. As Alexander breaking away. Look, going for another. Ooh, he over-rotated, but thankfully over-rotated enough. Samoan drop. Oh, my God, that Samoan drop was sick. That was flipping sick. That's one of the best Samoan drops I've ever seen. Look at this. Oh, my God. Sometimes when they've got them in the Samoan drop, which is where they've got them across their shoulders, they just like tend to fall back and that's it. Fatu then didn't just fall back. So he didn't just fall back. He kind of jumped and kind of spiked down, which is such a much more visually impressive way of delivering the Samoan drop. Rather than just going, like he goes, and like drives them into the mat. We've got Brian Myers. We've got the major wrestling figure men. Major wrestling figure bro men have attacked Alexander and Fatu. Matt Cardona and Brian Myers. So Alexander down in the corner. Fatu kicks Cardona. Straight to Myers. Super kick. Myers goes down. Oh, I didn't need this. I didn't need this nonsense. I was really getting into that. We've seen like a backbreaker, which was really sick. We saw moonsault. Wonderful Samoan drop. DDP has arrived. Oh, Diamond Dallas Page is jumping over the railings. Diamond Dallas Page is behind Matt Cardona. Diamond Cutter! Diamond Cutter by Diamond Dallas Page. Was that the end of the match? I don't understand. Oh. Tony says, needless to say, a disqualification. Well, for who? Who got disqualified? They attacked both people. I don't think it's needless to say. I think you need to say. Needless to say, a disqualification. No, say. Say. What happened? The major brother figure men came down and they attacked both people. So what happened? Needless to say, a disqualification. Needless to say. I don't even know why I'm mentioning it. Needless to say. I know some of you out there will be interested in how this has finished. Needless to say, a disqualification. I still don't know who was disqualified. They attacked both people. You'd have to go back and see who they hit first. And then I'm guessing the other person is disqualified. Or maybe it's a double disqualification. Perhaps they're both disqualified. They're both disqualified because some random people got involved in the match. Jerry Jarrett is backstage with Jeff. Going inside locker room. There's Jeff Jarrett. Jerry the King Lawler! Ah, the King! The King! Why would you not expect to see the man and his father that trained this young man? Don't think. Do me a favor. Don't think. This isn't the biggest night of Ric Flair's life. This is the biggest night of Jeff Jarrett's life. He keeps calling Double J a young man. I don't want you to just beat him. I want you to humiliate him. I remember I beat him so bad back in the early 80s in Tennessee. He ran out and never came back. It's gone for years. Talking about the Flair strut. Who started the strut? Jackie Fargo. So he's upset that Ric Flair takes credit for the strut. And they're saying it's a Jackie Fargo strut. And there we go. They're strutting backstage. I love the fact Jerry the King Lawler's here. Pulling out all the stops, man. They've certainly... I'll say Conrad's got such great connections. That, well, I mean, they all have. I mean, who does Ric Flair not know? Do you know what I mean? Who does Ric Flair not know? So, I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that the stars are out tonight. Right, Von Erich boys coming up next. That means we got the ladies as the co-main, I'm guessing. I'm not aware of anything else. But Von Erichs in action. Von Erichs against Briscoes. God, this is such a nice... I mean, I wish the crowd were flipping better. If we could change this crowd, I would do that in an instant. But, I mean, hour and a half. Hour and a half. We've got 2 matches to go. We'll probably have these 2 matches done within the next half an hour. Kind of 40-minute mark. And then we'll be at Ric Flair's final match. This whole event will be done in about 2.5 hours-ish. Ballpark. Maybe the main event is going to get quite a bit of time. Like they're going to I mean, Ric Flair's entrance alone is going to need time. He's got one final robe, hasn't he? He's been showing it off. You can buy you could buy anything. Plush toys, pictures, signed pictures, all this kind of stuff. Is like, I don't know if they're even selling bits of it, to be honest. I don't know if they're keeping it or if they're cutting it up and selling bits of it. If you go to, like, is it RicFlair.com or RicFlairsLastMatch.com? There's like a whole shop just full of merch related to this event. Briscoes have come down. Good reaction for the Briscoes. Thank goodness Von Erichs aren't still stranded in Hawaii. I miss them today. I didn't know they were stranded in Hawaii. I have not seen a great deal of Von Erichs, so I am looking forward to... In fairness, I haven't seen a great deal of Briscoes, but I am looking forward to this. Obviously, the Briscoes stock is very, very high at the moment. The crowd might be dead due to the fact they only came to see Flair. That could be the danger to our one-match card. No disrespect to the talent, but they came for Flair. That is true. That is true. There could be a lot of people that, loved wrestling back in the day. They've come here for Flair. Maybe they've come for, the JR podcast and things like that. And, maybe they just don't know a lot of these people. That is true. I'm sure when Flair comes out, the reaction, I've got to think, is going to be great. Takedown for the Von Erichs. Ross and Marshall are going to get murdered by the Briscoes. Backed into the corner. Am I right in saying this? I don't know if it still is, but I believe they were MLW. MLW for the Von Erichs and Ring of Honor for the Briscoes. So is this like MLW versus Ring of Honor? Have we opened the forbidden door? Slam there by... Oh, elbow drop. I don't know which Von Erich is which. But shoulder up. I tweeted you the idea of Diamond Mine coming up and dethroning the Usos. Also, Roddy could be with them. He deserves a call-up. Yeah, I think that faction, actually. So, Creed Brothers, Roderick, Ivy Nile. I don't know if they're all still together. I haven't watched NXT in a while, so... they used to be together in, as Diamond Mine. But I think bringing that faction up could be very interesting. Because Creed Brothers, they're still green. They've still got, a little way to go. But, yeah, I don't know if they're quite ready yet to be beaten like the Usos. But they are absolutely ones for the future. Let's put it this way: I wouldn't be doing it anytime soon. If I was calling Diamond Mine up, I would probably be looking at next year, maybe the night after WrestleMania. Even Ivy Nile has not been around that long. The only person I feel sorry for is Roderick Strong, because Roderick Strong is, he's been ready for the main roster since when he arrived in NXT. So I feel sorry for him. I don't know if he'll be willing to wait that long, but I think, just keep building up their experience. I think Ivy Nile's been doing stuff in NXT UK. I really don't know how much experience she's got, but she might have to do a lot of learning on the road, in all fairness. Just got to go when you get called, ain't you, really? But yeah, I would say that Creed Brothers, for me, they're not like the same level as like DIY were, or Alpha Academy, or not Alpha Academy, American Alphas. Certainly not Revival. But they're a very good team with a lot of promise. Over the top. Ross is the younger brother, dark hair and beard. Marshall is older. He's got blonde and beard and barefoot like Kevin. Oh, well, that'll help me. Marshall is barefoot. I saw that one of them was channeling Kevin. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. As over the top, we've got both of the Von Erichs going down on the outside, and I think we just saw Conrad at ringside. It obviously makes sense that he would be at ringside, enjoying the action. Front row seat. I'm sure Bruce Pritchard was invited if he wanted to come along. I doubt he's got time, but obviously Conrad and Bruce do their Something to Wrestle With podcast. Shoulder barges in the corner. Briscoes in control. Uppercut coming in. Couple of strikes coming in as well. Winding up. Going against the ropes. Boot. So is that Ross? Is this Marshall? Marshall in. And the Von Erichs in control here. Got all four men in the ring at the moment. Daze chat, how's the show been? It's been alright. The pacing's been quite nice. Nothing's outstayed its welcome. If anything, you could say a few things have been a bit short. Little disappointed with the finish for Alexander and Fatu, only because it's my favourite match I've seen so far. I was really enjoying it, and then we get the major brothers come down. So I think that was a little bit disappointing. I'd like to have seen a proper clean finish in that. But yeah, you know, it's one of them. I mean, you don't tune into this. I feel like we don't tune into this for this undercard. I feel like the crowd, as Brendan said, is clearly not there for this undercard. Everyone's there for, well, what we're here for, Ric Flairs Last Match. Although I am actually looking forward to the women as well. Grace against Purrazzo against Rachel Ellering. I really like Rachel Ellering. She used to be in WWE, and I thought she had great promise. When she got released, I was really surprised at that. I was really surprised. I was surprised when Purrazzo got released as well, actually. To my knowledge, Jordynne Grace has never been in WWE, but obviously she's someone that you could see in that company, but I don't think she's interested. She might be a bit more interested now that Triple H is in charge. But I think she's got quite a healthy contract with Impact. I'm excited about next Sunday. We're going to have some fun, says Blaze. Yes, we'll be going on to Blaze's show. So that should be fun. Is that live or recorded, or what is that, Blaze? Unbroken said, I'm a real man. I sleep barefoot. Top that, Von Erich. Here we go. Briscoes have got in control. Colliding into Marshall. I can't remember which way around they are now. Marshall up in the air. No, it's Ross that's in the air. The claw! The claw! Look at this throwback. One, two. Von Erichs looking to get the pin. No joy. Roddy has turned heel. Creed brothers are faces. They're working an angle. It looks like Roddy will be kicked out. Creed have a title match against Tony. Okay. That'll be a bit of a shame. Clothesline. Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Daze, I just got my final assessment graded. I am officially graduating from the University of Florida this Friday. Thank you for the laughs and the content over a year and a half. Wow. Really appreciate the support, my friend. You're so generous. I'm so pleased that that's come through for you. So many, many congratulations. You are you're done. Wow, that's a big chapter of your life that you've done there. So well done. Well done. I'm really pleased for you. If there's anyone I hope, you know, would get good grades and pass this stage of their lives, it would be you, my friend. So many congratulations. I can tell you that not only have you succeeded in life, Mitchell, but the Briscoes have succeeded as well. Briscoes victorious in this, it was all right. It's a pretty fun little tag match. Didn't really set the world on fire, but to be honest, I don't think they're necessarily looking to set the world on fire. Sting! I am forever indebted to you. I'll never forget how you put me on the map. You groomed me. Might want to choose different words. You're going to do some chopping. You'll leave some chests bleeding. Sting, man. He says, I'll never forget what you said when you put me in the figure four for the first time. And he does a great Ric Flair impression. He goes, now we go to school. That was good. It's just a really fun, easy to watch little show, this, you know. Just seeing Jordynne Grace. I mean, it's incredible. Rachel Ellering. I like Rachel Ellering. I am a fan of her. I'm trying to listen to this because I don't really know much what they've been up to. There's nothing I love more than a challenge. Deonna Purrazzo. Former two-time Impact Knockout champion. So, Deonna Purrazzo. That's what we got this for. She said she's the greatest technical women's wrestler in the world. Linda McMahon would like to have a conversation. Yeah. Yeah, man. Sign me up for this. I'm down for this. It's 3 p.m. Sunday. Thank you. Sent you the poster on Twitter. Okay. Right, here we go. Grace against Purrazzo against Ellering. Okay, here is Deonna Purrazzo making her way out, looking splendid as always in kind of gold. I'm surprised Hogan hasn't shown up to steal the glory. Perhaps they just didn't tell him about it. Yeah, Deonna Purrazzo making her way to the ring. Deonna for the win, but we all win in this one, says Blazed. Deonna, aka the Virtuoso, is a beast. Don't sleep on Deonna. Queen of Strong, Rachel Ellering making her way down. I like her music. Support women's sports on the back of her jacket. Obviously a massive day for women's sports here in the UK. Arguably the biggest day ever. What with England winning the Euros. How did she get clearance to use this song? It's kind of cool, man. It's not often that you get to hear... I know AEW do it, like where they use proper pop songs, but it's kind of cool. Some god-awful music, man. I was listening to Theory's entrance music. Sucks. I think it's meant to suck because he's a heel, but it still sucks. Here is Jordynne Grace. Impact Knockouts Women's Champion making her way down. I mean, all I ever see from her on social media is her in the gym. Jordynne Grace in the ring then. This should be fun. Triple threat for the Impact Knockouts Women's Championship, or whatever they call it. Knockout World Championship. WWE themes have gotten so poor as of late. This is Jim Cockett Promotions. They don't license anything. Yeah, maybe not. Perhaps they're just trying to get past, I don't know. Okay, right. Deonna Purrazzo gets her introduction. What's her name? The Queen of Strong... What is it? The Queen of Strong Smile? Did he say smile or style? The Queen of Strong Style. Wasn't Kaylee Ray the Queen of Strong Smile, or the Queen? I can't remember now. Jordynne Grace gets her intro, shows off the guns. We're seeing the Knockouts World Championship. Looks like some out of Transformers. I will say this whole build to the match has been awesome. I agree. Yeah, the build-up has been fantastic. It has been absolutely brilliant. Some really great promos. There you go. Ric Flairs Last Match.com. You can have a turnbuckle. You can have a bend-in figure. You can have a piece of Ric Flair's robe. I mean, I just think there's everything there. If you want one of the members of the audience, I'm pretty sure they're selling them at that website. I wouldn't, though. Although, saying that, they're very quiet. They're no bother. If you do take one, they're no bother. We've got a little bit of a problem here, early doors already. So, Rachel Ellering seems to have just hurt her ankle. The referee just put in a break in things. Jordynne Grace and Deonna Purrazzo are being told to continue. Rachel Ellering has gone to the outside of the ring. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that's not good. Jordynne Grace comes in. Jordynne Grace comes in and the ankle tends to, buckle. She could have sprained that. She could have broken that. She could have done a whole heap of stuff. We've got Rachel Ellering on the outside of the ring. Ellering comes back into the ring. She's walking around on it. She does not look comfortable. They shake hands. Yeah, she's hobbling a little bit. She's hobbling. I don't know. I can't tell if this is pride or what this is, but Rachel Ellering has definitely hurt her ankle. She's carrying on with the match, though. Up on the shoulders. She rolls through. She gets Jordynne Grace down. Kick to the midsection. All I'm watching now is how she's moving. But she's doing all right. Jordynne Grace goes through the rope, skins the cat. Oh, very good. Duck underneath. Shades of Shawn Michaels. Quick strikes. Quick strikes there by Jordynne Grace. Ellering in the corner. Jordynne Grace double knees to the back of Ellering. Back elbow as well as Ellering is down in the corner. Jordynne Grace going over. Middle rope. Oh, a little bit. Slipped a little bit. Couldn't quite get a balance. Delivers a Vader bomb. A Grace bomb. A Jordan bomb. A Jordynne Grace bomb. Big strike to the back of the head. Strike to the chest. Clubbing blow to the back of the head. Rachel Ellering kind of out on her feet. And Deonna Purrazzo trips over... we're underway now. I mean, now we've got gas cooking. You can just see Rachel Ellering, though, going right back down to her ankle. Yeah, that ankle is really causing a bit of bother. She goes over, though. Kick to the midsection by Deonna Purrazzo. She's got Ellering. Ellering hurled into Jordynne Grace. Big boot there by Grace. We got Deonna Purrazzo on the outside. Forearm strike by Purrazzo. Purrazzo going up top. Ellering backing up a little bit, getting out of the way as Purrazzo. Big crossbody! That was great. What I really like about that is she delivered a crossbody. Jordynne Grace seemed to jump into it, so it looked even more impactful. She didn't just fall on her and take her down. Jordynne Grace, for whatever reason, thought, I'll meet you in the air. So as she's coming down, she jumps up to her, and then they both it really adds to the impact. It's good, really nice. Tell you what, some of the execution on this has tonight has been really impressive. I love that flipping Samoan drop from earlier. Leg drop there, that was good by Rachel Ellering. This ankle seems, I think it's uncomfortable, but it's workable. She's got Jordynne Grace up, lovely suplex, 1, 2, shoulder up. Bring back Jim Johnston. His themes were legendary. Do you think Triple H brings him back? Jim has been critical of today's theme songs. I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much is in Triple H's remit. I mean, if Triple H said to Steph, I want Jim Johnston, I'm sure that Steph could get that through. So I'm sure he's got a influence, but I don't know that Triple H can just go and get him. Saying that, I don't know if Triple H can just go and get Dakota Kai and all these people as well. But I mean, he is sleeping with the co-CEO. Do you know what I mean? So, and I don't mean Nick Khan. Yeah, before you get ideas, or at least not to my knowledge. So I'm sure he can get through anything that he wants, pretty much within reason. I don't know, to be honest. I feel like getting Jim Johnston would make a lot of sense. But saying that, I mean, even if it wasn't Jim Johnston, there's plenty of great composers that are out there. I think they can just do better than they're doing right now. Where that's on a priority list, though. In the corner goes Ellering. Bloodline is the greatest faction in wrestling today. Who disagrees? The only thing I would say is I don't know how much of a faction are they. I mean, they are the Bloodline and they are family, and we have seen them have 6-man tag matches, but it's kind of like Roman does his thing and the Usos do their thing, and then just once in a blue moon we get like a 6-man tag match. I suppose they are, in a way. I don't know. I suppose they are. They've got a name and they hang out together, so I think that's how you qualify for a faction. Do you hang out together? Yeah. Have you got a name? Yeah, well, you're a faction then, aren't you? What are we seeing here? We're seeing all 3 women in the middle of the ring, and we're seeing Jordynne Grace trying to put on a sleeper hold. Are you kidding? The Horsemen crush the Bloodline. At least they show up weekly. No, I think we're talking about now, aren't we? We're not talking about ever. Did I read it wrong? No, faction in wrestling today. Here we go. You got Ellering in there looking for boom, powerbomb and suplex. So Ellering powerbombs Jordynne Grace, who suplexes Deonna Purrazzo. All 3 women down. We have hit the 2-hour mark now, so I'm starting to think that maybe they're going to look to wrap this up, and then, you know, that's going to leave a good half an hour plus for that main event. And don't forget, I mean, the entrances alone are probably going to take a chunk of time. The pacing of this has been a delight, though. I mean, I feel it feels nothing's burnt me out. Forearm strikes by Ellering. Big boot. Ellering. Boom. 1, 2. And Deonna Purrazzo gets in the ring and breaks it up. Forearm strike. Again, we've just got chit-chat on commentary here. Lots of laughing and joking away, and here we go. We've got Deonna. She was going for the Queen's Gambit. Pump handle. Pump handle. Oh! 1, 2. Broke 1, 2. Ah, Ellering going for a pin on Grace. Grace. Oh, Jordynne Grace with a submission on Ellering. That's probably going to be it. That looks like, it feels like the finish. She's got her hold on Ellering. Deonna Purrazzo goes out the ring and tappity-tap-tap. Ellering taps. Jordynne Grace retains. Not a bad little match. Not a bad little match. I would say that I preferred the Alexander Fatu one, but at least this had a better finish. Crockett and the NWA respectively knew what was up in the 80s. They knew pay-per-views didn't have to be longer than 3 hours tops. Barlight Broke said, lady wrestling is dumb. I'd rather see divas in sexy clothes strutting around. Yeah. This women empowerment stuff. Pfft. Rubbish. Where's the bra and panty matches? Shield, best faction of all time, says Curse One. Nah, it's got to be the Horsemen. I think the Horsemen's the best faction of all time. Horsemen, and then maybe NWO. Yeah, here we go. Ric Flairs Last Match. So we are 2 hours into the show. Ric Flair and Andrade El Idolo. Taking on Jay Lethal. Okay, so we've got, I don't know what we've got here. Is this a promo or something? Yeah. So they're just showing the, I'm going to walk that aisle one more time. We're just seeing Ric Flair announcing it. We're just seeing some of the press. Ric Flair just showing him, putting him to work, doing the training. Seeing some of his iconic robes. He is working hard. Look at that. Look at these muscles, man. Damn. Jay Lethal said, growing up as a kid, I idolized Ric Flair. He's obviously spoke about that a lot. He wants to be part of the show, and I said that's not going to happen. And obviously those were the seeds that were planted for the story. I got a lot of respect for you, but I've got no room on the cards. This is really good. I like how they're using all the podcasts. They've used the podcast to build the match. I mean, in all fairness, I feel sorry for Jay Lethal. He should have been on the card. Ric Flair's the heel. He should have helped his friend out. You disrespect my husband the way that Rick did. We're just seeing, like, there was Jay waiting backstage at that press conference. If you haven't, the build for this, the videos have been brilliant. This was a beatdown as well, man. Busted him open. Look at that. Look at the blood. Look at the blood. Yeah, it's good. Really good. Thinking of theme songs, how would you grade AEW's themes? Tony is willing to license popular music. I don't care for some of the others. To be honest, I always have the sound turned down, so I can't really comment. I can't say that I really could tell you the finer details of them. I mean, the one that I've heard that I really like is Sammy Guevara's. I think Sammy Guevara's theme's really cool. Some of the ones that have been licensed, again, I don't think are cool. I mean, they fit the character, I suppose, like Jungle Boys. People love Moxley. I can't stand Judas. I've never been a big fan of Judas, the song. It's never grabbed me. It's never been something that I've been like, yeah, that's cool. Man, it's been drilled as well. So, I don't know. I can't say that I could point out a load that I really like. Of, like, the little bits that I've heard. And, no way, The Undertaker's there! The Undertaker! The Undertaker is there with Mick Foley. Damn, the dead man. How sick is that? Undertaker at ringside for Ric Flair's last match. Damn. I mean, there's no way they could have got him to have done anything, of course. I'm stunned that they've been able to show him. They certainly couldn't advertise him. But they've gone as far as they could with at least being able to show him. Jay Lethal making his way down. Undertaker, yeah. I am not expecting Undertaker to get involved. If he gets involved, that is something mind-blowing. That is WWE going absolutely above and beyond. Because even though Undertaker doesn't wrestle, he's still under a WWE contract. They've allowed Jeff Jarrett, but I did hear Conrad say that this was sorted out before, like, I don't know if it was before Jeff went back, but it was certainly before he became, like, the executive of live events. So it's something that has been negotiated. Jay Lethal making his way down. Undertaker. I didn't see Vince. It was Mick Foley and Undertaker. Next to Undertaker was Michelle McCool. I feel I'm doing her a bit of a disservice, aren't I, really? She is former women's champion. I should be like, Michelle McCool's there as well, but it's a bit of a no-brainer. If Undertaker's there, Michelle McCool's going to be there. So, Jeff Jarrett is getting an entrance now. Is Vince there? No, I doubt it. I can't imagine Vince is that interested. Vince is a businessman, isn't he? He ain't going to be interested in going to the last match of Ric Flair. Oh, they're saying that he's got time now. Why not? Why not? But it would be funny if MJF showed up and wrecked everything. Jeff Jarrett and Karen Jarrett making her way out. And here's Jeff making his way out with a guitar. So Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal made their way down. We'll get Andrade coming out soon. And then, of course, there'll be quite a bit made when Ric Flair comes out. It's not the longest walkway. It's not the biggest crowds. I think Conrad said this room holds about 2,500. So certainly don't go thinking this is like the O2 or Madison Square Garden. It's not. Equally, it's not a gymnasium. It's an alright space. It doesn't feel They're not really showing off too much of it, so it's got a nice big stage. Big screen. It's got a bit of a house show vibe to it in a way. I could imagine this is what like a WWE house show would be like, or an AEW house show. Part of me did think, like, is that not a sad way for Ric Flair to kind of end it? But, I mean, he could have ended it in a stadium. He had that send-off. I think, you know... Wow, no way. He's going mental at someone in the crowd. I don't know what that was. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Someone said something. He grabbed a beer and he chucked it over him. I don't know if that's a plant or if that was planted. In all fairness, though, he's going around seemingly looking for heat. So, yeah, I can't quite tell. I can't quite tell if that was something that was done by design or if someone genuinely upset him there. But someone said something, and he seemed to go back to the entranceway. He snatched their beer and started chucking it over him. Oh, he pushes Comrade. I'm sure that was planned. He pushes Comrade Thompson. Yeah, now someone else is saying something to him, and he's getting in their face. Right, Jeff Jarrett going around and really just trying to rile up this crowd. He's a pro, man. He's a pro. He's working them. He's working them. Buff Bagwell was removed for being drunk. Nashville Municipal Auditorium holds 9-7, so maybe this is 5-6. Oh, I don't know. I can only go by what Comrade said. Comrade said that it was 2.5. So I don't know. Maybe that was old information or something. I don't know. Here is Andrade. Jeff Jarrett going on to Timekeeper's area. Andrade comes out with a silver entrance jacket and silver sparkly mask. Is that Kid Rock? Kid Rock's there? We saw Kid Rock at SummerSlam. Kid Rock's here. Andrade El Idolo. All in silver. I'd imagine Charlotte's got to be there, isn't she? I don't know. They haven't shown her. She's got to be there. What if she comes down to deal? No, they can't. But imagine if she did. What if Karen Jarrett like starts stepping out of line and they need someone to come down and deal with Karen Jarrett and like Charlotte Flair comes down? They can't. She's an active wrestler and she's way too important. But that'd be so good. Is there like a less important Flair kid that can come down? So, Andrade standing in the entranceway. In fairness, he's a big star. Well, I'll say big star, but decent-sized star for AEW. He's looking at his mask, and lights go out. Here we go, it is time. 2 hours, 15 minutes into this show, which has been a joy to watch, easy to watch. Lights have gone out. People have got their camera phones, their lights on. Mitchell said, how long until Flair starts bleeding? 5 minutes. I expect it on the walkout, mate. I expect him to be gushing with blood as he makes his way down to the ring. Yeah, make him wait. Milk it for all it's worth. So, lights are out. We've just got little lights in the crowd. Building. Woo! building the anticipation, the Nature Boy! People have got their camera phones out, of course they have. Andrade standing in the entranceway is a t-shirt that says, "To be the man, you've got to beat the man." And Ric Flair makes his way out, doing the strut. 16-time world champion, 2-time Hall of Famer. I mean, it's a beautiful robe. He's got, it's a beautiful robe. It's a white robe. Ooh, look at that. He's wearing the big gold belt. The big gold belt, it doesn't seem to be on correctly, or it seems to be a little bit loose. It's the original big gold belt, apparently. He's making his way down to the ring, Ric Flair. What I would say about his entrance is it just, I don't know, it feels a bit maybe rushed, or it feels a bit, I don't know, there's something that's just not quite right with it, but he's in his 70s. He's got the robe on. He's got a smile on his face. He's got his arms outstretched. I mean, he's looking old. That's all I can tell you. What I mean by the entrance was, you know, big build and everything. He comes out in the robe and, like, you know, he's kind of twirling it around a little bit or whatever. And, like, he does a little bit of a strut. But what he doesn't do is kind of take that time to just stand on the entranceway and just really put his arms out and, like, you know, soak up the crowd or anything like that. Like, we don't get anything like that. If anything, he undoes it and reveals he's wearing the big gold belt. And it seems like the big gold belt's not on properly or something. It feels a bit awkward. He ends up, like, taking it off, handing it over, and then he just kind of, like, scuffles his way down to the ring. Like, there's no big moment of, you know, looking up at the heavens or just, like, saying thank you to that. It's missing that pause. I don't know why he doesn't do that. I don't know why he doesn't come out and soak up the admiration. I don't know. It's a bit weird. He's come down anyway. He's in the ring. He's got a purple t-shirt top thing on, vest top on. It's got Nature Boy on the back. It's purple trunks, purple boots. Mike Chioda is the referee for this one, and apparently he is going to, I think he said this will be the last thing he does as well. So everyone getting their intro. Flair definitely is going to be hurt. I don't want him dying. Flair is drunk. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Honestly, he did say he was going to drink, and I don't know if maybe he's had a little bit too much. I don't know. Something seems off. Something seems off. Not like a disaster off, but just like he very quickly made his way down to the ring, and there was no soaking it up. If anything, like, the belt wasn't on quite right. It's not smooth and slick, and him taking the moment, enjoying the moment. It's all a bit clunky and awkward, and let's go down to the ring, and the jacket, you know, the robe came off quite quickly, and do you know what it feels like? It feels like we've got 5 minutes to go, and we need to get this match done. That's what it feels like. It's like, right, let's not mess around with the entrances. Let's get down there. Let's do the intros. Let's get this done. I've got a bar to be at. Everyone getting their intros, though. He's not drunk. He's 80. No, he said that he was going to drink before this. He said that I actually think he is. He's getting his intro. Ric Flair puts his arms in the air as the crowd cheer. I mean, look, he's, 77? Something along those lines. Andrade puts his arm... no, I think Andrade's saying, soak it up. I can't tell if it's... I can't tell if he's just off his face. I can't tell if it's the emotion. I'm telling you, something is wrong here. Flair face to face with Jarrett. Even his mannerisms, he's just kind of standing there. He's not doing anything. He's just kind of like hands on his hips, standing and staring. And he's just backed into the corner. He's holding on to the ropes. Look, Andrade's come over. Andrade's like, do you want me or you to start? I don't know. Is this emotion? Is it nerves? Is it that he's been drinking? Is it like... I don't think it's age. Maybe it's just a flipping mixture of everything. I don't know. Ric Flair's going to start this off. Ric Flair's going to start this... Why is Ric Flair starting? Surely you make the hot tag. Ric Flair in there with Jeff Jarrett. Thanks for hosting the watch along. Luciano, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. I really appreciate the support. Now we've got the entrances out the way. Jeff Jarrett is pointing and saying some stuff. He's coming forward. Rick with a slap. So a little slap there by Rick. Rick going over to Jeff. Jeff backing up. So, yeah, Luciano, really appreciate the support, dudes. Tag in for Jay Lethal. Tag in for Jay Lethal. It's weird that Ric Flair's starting this. You would imagine Andrade would start it and, like, they'd take a bit of time out of the match and then, then there'd be the hot tag and it's like, oh, now we get to see Ric Flair. So it's weird, but he hasn't really done anything yet. So there's every chance he could go over and tag in Andrade. But Ric Flair is telling Jay Lethal to come over to the center. Jay Lethal saying a few words. Here we go. That goes against the ropes. Ric Flair seemingly ready to lock up. And we're getting going. Nice takeover there by Jay Lethal. Ric Flair goes down. He traps the head. Jay Lethal gets up, goes over. Ric Flair on his knees. Ric Flair up to his feet. So we are starting off with Flair and Jay Lethal. You still got it, Chan. You still got it already. You still got it. What I will say is he's in his 70s. He looks like he's in his 70s. And it is such a privilege to be watching one of the greatest of all time, just even doing a headlock takeover, and, just even simple things. I mean, that is a goat. It's a goat. It's a wrestling goat. Smile on his face. Locking up again. Gets driven back, but Ric Flair spins round. It's Jay Lethal that goes into the corner. Ric Flair just leaning on him. Jay Lethal reverses the position. Flair up in the corner. Man, it's going to be so... slap there by Jay Lethal. Slap coming back by Ric Flair, and Jay Lethal goes down. They're going to have to work so hard in this match. Even a slap, they're going to have to go flying. This is going to have to be like Shawn Michaels when he took on Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam 05. Anything Ric Flair does, they're going to have to make it seem like a flipping nuclear bomb. Yeah, Jay Lethal's like, give me Andrade, I'm done with you, old man. And Ric Flair tags out. Here comes Andrade. So Andrade getting into the ring. So Andrade in there with Jay Lethal. These two can cut loose for a little bit. Pushing back and forth. Kick to the midsection. What was funny there is Andrade pushes Jay Lethal with about 100 times the force of the slap that Ric Flair just knocked him down with. And Jay Lethal takes like a slight step backwards. So, I mean, look, you're going to get all that on you, so. Starting to get the crowd going. Tag out and then hot tag for the finish, says Brenton. Alvarez says WWE cameras have arrived. Yeah, apparently they're doing a documentary. Apparently there's a documentary that this is going to be a part of, so it's not something that is going to feature on Raw or SmackDown or anything like that, but apparently they are doing a Ric Flair documentary. Oh, it makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense to include this footage if this is to be his final if this is his final match, which at this stage we have to believe this is his final match, then obviously this is this is historic. We're watching iconic scenes. It's very, very cool. Rick on the outside, as we said, in purple, and he looks so good in that purple attire. It's such classy attire. I even like the vest top as well, actually. Works for him. I don't know if he was wearing that in TNA, but he's wearing like just a plain purple kind of vest top. It's got Nature Boy on the back. And it looks great. Jeff Jarrett going over to the corner. Jeff Jarrett had been tagged in. He was getting the better of Andrade, but Ric Flair tags himself in, and Jeff Jarrett scuttles away. So Ric Flair is back into the ring. Ric Flair and Jeff Jarrett now. See what these two can do. Seems like Ric Flair is not interested in just having a couple of minute cameo in this. We've seen him in there with Jay Lethal. Here he is with Jeff. Jeff being really cautious here. Rick standing in the center and Jeff on the outside trying to put over the fact that, like, you know, this is a cagey animal. How am I going to approach it? Being a bit cautious. But does come in, grabs the head of Ric Flair. Ric Flair throws him against the ropes. And here we go. We've got the Fargo strut, the Fargo shuffle by Jeff. And Jeff goes lying on the top ropes. Smile on the face of Ric Flair. So the heels just take it. I mean, obviously time just being taken out of this match all the time. Smile on the face of Ric Flair. He seems to be enjoying the experience. Now Jeff's telling Mike Chioda. He's put Mike Chioda in the corner. And here we go. They lock up. Side headlock by Ric Flair. Against the ropes goes Flair. Flair holds on to the ropes. Here we go. Here it is. Oh! I tell you what, that's the most enthusiasm I've seen from him so far. And a crotch chop as well. That is the most animated he has been since he came out. Breaks into the shuffle. So there it is. I must admit, I don't know that we're going to, in the condition he's in the way that I'm seeing him move, I don't know that he's going to take the face first kind of bump. Side headlock by Jeff Jarrett. Goes for a chop. Blocks, nice, by Flair. Chop coming in. And again. Driving Jeff Jarrett back into the corner, who's selling those chops like a super trooper. Low blow by Ric Flair. Oh, that was great. Jay Lethal sneaks up behind Ric Flair. Ric Flair, back of the leg. Chop. I mean, there's clearly some spots here that they've wanted to work in, and fair play. What is he, like 77? 11 years since his last match? Jeff Jarrett's walking away. He's had enough of this. I ain't dealing with this embarrassment anymore. Karen's gone after him. She wants to get Jeff Jarrett back into the ring. He's walked away. You suck, chant. You suck, chant. And here we go. Jeff Jarrett making his way down to the ring. Ric Flair backing up to the corner. Someone's got a sign. She's going to rip the sign. Karen Jarrett has grabbed some fan's sign and ripped it. I think it was a real fan as well. That fan didn't seem to want to give that sign up. They probably had dreams of it being signed by Rick and putting it up on their wall and all of this. And then she's come along and gone, ah! Again, someone else saying something to Jarrett. Jarrett just on the outside. I mean, again, all of this designed to just take time out of the match. It's not a criticism. It's just doing what they can. Look, Jeff Jarrett's decided he's going again. He's leaving again. No, we ain't doing this. I ain't doing this. I ain't being embarrassed. Come on, we're going. We're having a conversation. Is he still the legal man? Is this AEW? What's going on? Countout's not a thing anymore. Has Mike Chioda forgot how to count to 10? 6! We're up to 6! 6! We should be up to 66! Jarrett gets in the ring at 6. Right, here's El Idolo. 7 stars, says Wrestle with Andy. Over in the corner goes Andrade. In comes Jay Lethal. Kicks to the midsection of Andrade. Andrade with Jay Lethal. Gets driven back into the corner. Ric Flair grabs him as well. Bit of a choke, Mike Chioda. Makes sure that he can't see. And then he does spot it, comes over, has a word with Ric Flair. Ric Flair got a good choke on for a little while there. Ric Flair coming in. Stomp on the hand there of Jay Lethal. Chop to Jay Lethal. Yeah, those chops do still... Oh, some strikes here, right on the chin. I don't know. Honestly, you don't know how snug some of these are going to be as well. Jay Lethal's in the corner being chopped. Down goes Jay Lethal. Woo! Ric Flair gives a woo. We've got breaking news. Ric Flair gives a woo. Woo! Jay Lethal holding onto the rope in the corner. More chops coming in. And again... Lethal, another chop. Down goes Jay. Tagging comes Andrade. I must say, what you're seeing from Rick is obviously chops and things along those lines. They did get taken down, in all fairness. Seen him going against the ropes, holding onto the ropes. There's not really much... I mean, we could be building to something, but... Big strike, I think... Oof, good move there by Jay Lethal. Bit of a flatliner type move. Grabbing the leg. Tags in Jeff Jarrett. They're working on Andrade. So Ric Flair again on the outside. But he's certainly been in there a few times. Stomps coming down by Jeff Jarrett. Andrade over against the ropes. Jeff Jarrett choking out Andrade. Slap on the outside by Jay Lethal. And here's, look, Jeff Jarrett again, getting ready to do his strut. So, Jeff Jarrett strutting away. Rick's got more chops than all of the Japan restaurants. Jay Lethal going up top. Jeff Jarrett and Andrade in the middle of the ring. Lethal double axe handle. Andrade goes down. It has a little bit of black machismo, yeah. Channeling his inner macho man, as always. Into the corner goes Andrade. Kick to the midsection. Andrade goes down, being stomped away on. Jay Lethal goes over and shouts at the fans. It will be the best after-match angle ever. What, if Kurt came down? Disqualification due to hospice interference. Drop kick. I mean, listen. As long as he just gets out of this healthy. I mean, I can't imagine there's going to be too much longer. I don't think we're doing an hour Broadway. Steelage 2000 said, I got a chat shout out. It's what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Strike by Jeff Jarrett. Jay Lethal does a better flair than Flair these days, says Heather. Ric Flair doesn't have the energy to be Ric Flair in 2022. That's the truth. So I agree. Jay Lethal does a better Ric Flair than Ric Flair. Right, we've got Jeff down. Andrade trying to go over. Is this the hot tag moment? Flair's getting ready to come in. He's already in the ring. He's not even going to bother wait for the tag. There's no hot tag because there's no tag. Ric Flair just gets in, throws a few chops. Jay Lethal gets hurled into the corner, goes up over the top. Oh, it's Jay Lethal that does the classic spot. That's nice. That's nice, and it's time for the figure four. Figure four leg lock on Jay Lethal. Oh, Jeff comes in, nails Ric Flair to the side of the head. No blood as well, you know. Well, not yet. I mean, look, I think as they're rolling Rick out, they're like, are you all right? Are you all right? Oh, he slumps. He proper slumps out of the ring as well. Nails him with that mask. Jeff Jarrett smashing Ric Flair in the face with... Was it? I thought it was Andrade's mask, but it might actually have been Karen's purse. Oh, Karen slapping Ric Flair. Jeff slapping Ric Flair. Oh, right in front of the Undertaker. Ric Flair goes down. Undertaker, of course, in the front row, along with Mick Foley. Who's getting involved? It's not Charlotte. Is that Comrades? I'll effing kill you. Is that Comrade's wife? Yeah, so it's not Charlotte. I think it's Megan. Let's go! Comrade standing up as well. I mean, Comrade looks like... there's the blood. Yay! Ric Flair is busted open. Oh, oh my God, he got absolutely nailed with that. I don't know if that's a purse or if it was like a heel. It would be great if the heel nailed him with the heel. Yeah, Ric Flair's grabbed his heart here. Oh, yes! The dirtiest player in the game! God, honestly, when you've got Ric Flair there going, like Ric Flair on the outside, and like Jay Lethal was like, Ric Flair was like, bop right in his eye. The dirtiest player in the game. Classic Ric Flair, taking any advantage he can get. Flair gets thrown back into the ring. Jeff Jarrett, Flair down on his knees, blood pouring down his face. There had to be blood. Kick to the midsection, gets driven back in the corner. That whole little episode played out on the outside in front of Undertaker, in front of Mick Foley. Comrades there and his wife. Things where, like, the family and friends are. Ric Flair is over in the corner. Strike coming in by Jay Lethal. I don't know where Andrade's gone. He's proper let the family down. Jay Lethal looking for a suplex. He's got Ric Flair up. Oh! Suplex to Ric Flair. Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal just picked up and suplexed a 77-year-old man to... Oh, there's Andrade. Andrade makes the save. To the outside goes Andrade. Jay Lethal makes the tag. In comes Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett's yanking at the leg of Ric Flair. Ric Flair got suplexed. He's down. He was pinned. He would have lost the match, but Andrade makes the save. They deal with Andrade. And now Jeff Jarrett puts the figure 4 on Ric Flair. Imagine if he loses his last match. Tapping out to the move that he helped make so famous. Oh my God! Andrade from the heavens just came walloping down onto Jeff Jarrett's out. Jeff Jarrett's out. Damn, that crossbody. That was so heavy. That was so heavy. He just came absolutely bombing from the heavens. There was nothing graceful about that from Andrade. He literally just plummeted onto Jeff Jarrett. Breaks the figure 4. Jeff Jarrett makes the pin to Jay Lethal. Lethal's in. Andrade has been dealt with. He's on the outside. This is not looking good for the Nature Boy. Busted open. He's down, being punched in the head by Jay Lethal. He's being dragged into the middle of the ring. Jay Lethal going to the outside. He's going up top. Ric Flair trying to get up to his feet, but he can't. He's still down. Jay Lethal. What, is he going to hit here? Is he doing an elbow? Oh, elbow, and Ric Flair moves. Ric Flair just manages to get out of the way. Andrade on the outside trying to urge the fans. Trying to urge the fans to, look at that, Ric Flair on his knees. Ric Flair on his knees. He's trying to crawl his way over to Andrade. It's weird. This should be the other way around. This should be Andrade making the hot tag to Ric Flair, but it's Ric Flair hot tagging Andrade. Clothesline, down goes Jeff Jarrett. Everyone's working so hard in this match. Bumping, selling, doing everything and anything they can to make this work. Andrade trying to fire up the crowd. Kick him like a dog. In the corner goes Andrade. Oh, double knees to Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett, 1, 2. Jay Lethal makes the save. In all fairness, you know, with the entrances, the intros and everything, this match has had tons of time. Ric Flair is a mess. He's laid down, clutching onto the bottom rope. He's got blood pouring down his face. His mouth's open. He is either doing the greatest sell job of his life, or he is in a very dark place. He's on the outside, and Andrade carrying this one. I only just realised, is Andrade still with Charlotte? I think they're married. Proper marriage, yeah. Right, we're underway still here with Jay Lethal, Jeff Jarrett, double teaming on Andrade. Kick there to Jay Lethal. Goes for a strike on Jeff Jarrett. Super kick, Jay Lethal. Nails Jeff Jarrett by mistake. Now he's knocked out Mike Chioda. Reverse Rana by Andrade. Oh my God. Referee's down. Everyone's down. How rubbish is Jay Lethal's accuracy? He just accidentally nailed his partner rather than hitting Andrade. And then he just accidentally nails the referee rather than hitting Andrade. Andrade goes over. Why would you make the tag? Look at what you're tagging in. He tags in Ric Flair, who is currently lying on the floor. Andrade goes over the top to the outsides. Oh, has he hurt his knee? I don't know if Andrade might have hurt his knee there. He went to the outsides. Ric Flair's trying to crawl over and get to Jay Lethal. Mitchell said, Ric's out here looking like Shane McMahon at Survivor Series with how gassed he looked. Do you remember Shane was lying on the apron? Look, the crowd are counting here. He's managed to get over to Jay Lethal, pin him, but the ref is down. Jeff Jarrett is coming in. Is someone going to make the save? Is someone going to make a save? Jeff Jarrett has got a guitar. Jeff Jarrett has got his guitar. We got Jeff Jarrett. We got Jay Lethal. Ric Flair is just... I mean, honestly, you spent most of this match lying on the mat. Not hating. Far from hating. Yeah, he's 77. He's been more involved than I thought he was going to be. But where are we going with this? They're not going to... He's going to nail Jay, isn't he? He's got the guitar. Oh, Andrade's come in. And there it is. He nails Jay with it. He goes to wallop Ric Flair with that guitar. He ends up smashing Jay Lethal with it. Kick there by Andrade. What's that? Brass knucks. Brass knuckles have been thrown in. He's going to give him to Ric Flair. He gives Rick the brass knucks. Rick's still down. He's like, come on. He's trying to actually put it on Rick's hand. You've got this. Come on, Rick. Look, Rick's like, I think Rick's like, where am I? He's got it. He's on his feet. He's got the brass knucks. Boom! Nails Jeff Jarrett with him, though. Slumps down to one knee. Where's Mike Chioda? We need a referee now. Any referee. Flipping tennis umpire. Just get someone in that ring. They're calling for a ref. I don't know where Mike Chioda has flopped off to. Referee comes down. He's gone for the figure four. Figure four by Ric Flair. 1, 2, 3. And there it is. It's over. Ric Flair. In fact, both of their shoulders are down, so... Let's just say the ref didn't look at Ric Flair's shoulders. Ric Flair puts the figure four leg lock on. He lies in the figure four. He puts the figure four on Jeff Jarrett. Both of their shoulders are down. Referee counts 3. Clearly, Ric Flair's the winner. There's confetti raining down. He is the nature boy. I tell you what, Ric Flair is the absolute epitome of riding. He's riding this till the wheels come off. I mean, the wheels have come off. But the scenes here are that Ric Flair wins. Confetti is raining down. Ba, ba, ba. Karen is in there looking devastated. We've got some water brought into the ring. Ric Flair is like, he's just got his mouth open. He doesn't look in a great condition, to be honest. That, I'll tell you now, he is not going to have, look at that, he's laid down now in the ring. He is not going to have gone through that experience, and he is not going to think to himself, I could do a run now. do a run. I could have a few more. That is Ric Flair's last match. It has to be. It has to be. Thank you, Rick. Rick is finally back up on his feet. Confetti is raining down. Everyone is on their feet. Jay Lethal worked hard. Jeff Jarrett worked hard. Andrade worked hard. Ric Flair worked hard. There was no front face bump. There was a lot of strikes. There's tears. There's tears from Ric Flair. There was always going to be. Ric Flair gets out of the ring, slips out of the ring. Undertaker at ringside for this. Mick Foley at ringside. Conrad, of course, at ringside. Think how cool of a moment this is. Grown adults going nuts. Their kids will wonder why. Then they'll get shown the greatest matches and promos. And then they'll get shown Flair stuff. Bum, bum, bum. Andrade comes over. He seems like a great guy, Andrade. Oh, there we go. Look at... Oh, Bret Hart's there! The Hitman! The Hitman's in the front row! Rick has a word with Undertaker. Undertaker just having a word with Ric Flair. Mick Foley as well coming over and having a word. Bret Hart having a word. Fist bump to Bret Hart. I think Tony Schiavone's come over for a quick word with Ric Flair. No sign of Charlotte. Thank you, Rick, is the chant. You can hear someone saying, go talent, go and surround Rick, go talent. A little production botch there, so we know that talent are making their way out. We just heard back in, I think, Gorilla, go and surround Rick, go and surround Rick. We've had some great moments. This is one we will never forget. The greatest pro wrestler ever. The greatest professional wrestler ever. The talent's here, guys. The talent's here. Go and surround Rick. Go and surround Rick. Killer Kross. Ric Flair. He says he had one of his best matches of his career here. It's one of the greatest wrestling towns. He said, I hate to say greatest because people get upset, but all the kids are here. My friends are here. Kid Rock went into his locker room and said, I've got the night off. How about you entertain me? And Ric Flair was like, I'll try my best. I hope I didn't let you down. I don't remember half of it. I don't remember half of it, but I hope I didn't let you down. Everything you hear about me is true. I'm going downtown with Kid Rock tonight. Ric Flair. Going downtown with Kid Rock in age 77. Kid Rock, a couple of WWE Hall of Famers there embracing Kid Rock and Ric Flair. Ah. Could have given him a towel. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Could have given him a towel. Ric Flair making his way up the entrance ramp. The talent obviously following behind Andrade. He said all the kids were there, but as we said, we never saw Charlotte. She's got to be there, isn't she? How is she not going to be there? He's gone back to the refs and the talent, and he's touching fists, touching hands, showing support. Man, oh man. They tried to give him the big gold, but he's walking away. He doesn't need the belt. Some people don't need the belt. He doesn't need the belt. He's bigger than the belt. The belt needs him. The Nature Boy. Yeah, I gotta tell you, it does make me think like, oh man, I should get some up from that last match shop. Oh, there we go. He's got the belt. He gives it a kiss. Ric Flair with the big gold. Jay Lethal comes out. Oh, and they hug. All has been forgiven. I think there's a chance of thank you, Rick, as the show comes to a close. So the final shot that we get to see is Jay Lethal and Ric Flair embracing. And now we've just got credits coming up, and we've just got some old pictures of Ric Flair being shown. So we've gone away from Tom Pritchard. Tom Pritchard was one of the producers of this, Dr. Tom. Didn't know that. I didn't know he was involved. Yeah, credits. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick. Boom. I'm tearing up, says Sem. Simo said, 21-time world champion, don't forget it. M. Kern said he left the gold belt. Retribution said the main event alone was worth £17. Yep. I mean, look, I don't think any of us are tuning in for this to see a flipping 5-star classic. If you did, then you was always going to be disappointed. What we were seeing was really a few things. What could he do now at this age? So what could he do at the age of 77? What story would they tell? How would they wrap it up? What would be the final thing he would do? I mean, you'd have to think the figure 4 would be in there, and you'd have to think he'd figure in getting the win, but you know, how would they go about doing it? Would there be any outside interference? Would anyone come in? You'd be looking at it from that point of view. So I think just like questions really of like, you've got the opportunity to end one of, if not the greatest careers of all time. How are you going to do it? And so there was just intrigue as to how they were going to go about doing it. And, of course, the biggest thing, the opportunity to say thank you to Ric Flair, arguably the greatest to ever do it. And I said earlier, you know, if you had the opportunity to watch Lou Thesz, and maybe, you know, many of you wouldn't take that because, you know, Lou Thesz obviously isn't spoken about, and we haven't seen him as much as recently as we have Ric Flair. Same with like Bruno, same with like Edge Strangler Lewis, you know, some of these real massive giant names from the history of wrestling. Like, you know, the fact we can sit here on a Sunday night and watch one of the greatest of all time, like, leave wrestling for good. And he should. I said earlier, if he was to go out there and look quite dynamic and actually his movement be very fluid and, you know, he could still hit some moves. The concern was they might return to it next year. My thought was, well, if this has gone well, they could, you know, obviously it's going to be a bit difficult to do another last match. You wouldn't bill it that way. But I'm sure you could build a story. And, you know, if you've got the intrigue there, I'm sure you could always get, you know, something extra. Having watched it, I would say there is a 0% chance that you get Ric Flair again. Because he was limited, understandably so. And I think that he was... he looked his age. Simple as that. He's a, 77-year-old man? He looked like a 77-year-old man. And the fact that he gave us what he gave us, massive respect. Massive respect. Because he definitely looked to be in a bad place at times during that match. And I don't think that was selling. But we got some nice moments. We got the strut, of course. And we got, you know, a few little bits and bobs. I really like him, like the faking is, like, not heart attack, but faking, like, he's got a problem and then right to the eye. That was a good moment. I thought that was great. And, you know, I mean, there's little things where, like, his timing and everything. I mean, they were going to hit him with the guitar. And obviously he has to move away at that point. If his reflexes are slow to the point where he doesn't move away quickly, like a lot of this could have gone very, very wrong. And make no mistake about it. I mean, they didn't really do much in the way of high risk. But there's definitely things here that could have gone wrong if he wasn't being cooperative. So, yeah. It was... I like the confetti. I like the little speech at the end. I love the fact that they had Foley and Bret Hart and Undertaker there. I thought his ring gear looked great, actually. I thought it looked really classy. I wish he'd have wore the robe a bit longer and just spent a bit longer at the start, like, you know. But I do think that he's had a few backstage, and I don't think he comes out, like, totally clear of mind. So, I don't know, maybe that played a part as well. But, listen, it was well worth watching. I feel like I definitely got my money's worth. And it was just really nice. Well, just a really nice way to, you know, say goodbye to a legend. What a night. Glad you did decide to do it. It was lots of fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Brenton. Much honour and respect to the Nature Boy. Yeah, if you think about, like, how many people he inspired, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty mental. Is, you know, I mean, this is why you've got Undertaker. This is why you've got Bret Hart. I mean, literally, you could pretty much have everyone at ringside. I mean, like, he has influenced, be it through his promos, be it through his matches, be it through his advice. I mean, he knows, like, pretty much everyone in WWE. I mean, like, he will have touched everyone in pro wrestling in some way. You could do it now, but it would have been very difficult to have watched pro wrestling and not felt the influence of Ric Flair. Even now, it'd be very difficult, but you just wouldn't know that it was Ric Flair that you know, was influencing what you was watching. But yeah, iconic. I did see Rick mouth to Andrade after the end. I passed out. Did he say that? That he passed out? He said he couldn't remember half of it, and I swear to God, when he's on the outside of the ring and he's like got his mouth open, he looks in a seriously bad place. And there's a bit as well where he's in the ring that he doesn't look to be in a great place. There's moments in this match where he's down, and if you're telling me he mouths that he passes out at certain times, I can believe it. I do not expect to see him wrestle another match. I do not expect to see him wrestle another match after that. Conrad said that it's not a money thing. The amount of money he makes from cameos and from, like, just meet and greets and, like, signing autographs, he can live off that easily, comfortably for the rest of his life. Like, this isn't a case that he needs to do loads of matches. I mean, clearly, because he hasn't done one in, like, 11 years. So, yeah, I just want him to enjoy his retirement now. I mean, that's it. That is it. I hope we can all agree that is it. And it's good. Yeah, really good. Really good. Ernesto said, I'm sure whenever any young wrestler is learning to do promos, they must look up Ric Flair. Yes. And just matches as well in ring. 100% they show them Ric Flair matches. I know for a fact they show them Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat, because it's been mentioned that is one that they show them in NXT early. When you first start out, that is a match you watch. And I mean, look, Shawn Michaels is there. Shawn Michaels, his favourite wrestler is Ric Flair. So Shawn Michaels is going to make sure you see plenty of Ric Flair if you go to NXT 2.0. And before that, it was Triple H, who I think I'm right in saying his favourite wrestler was Ric Flair as well. So, yeah, I'm sure he has featured very heavily in the training of anyone that's come out of NXT. And obviously his relations to Charlotte and everything, so, yeah. Hard to believe he was almost cancelled last year, says Shola. The whole show was hard to watch, says Greg. He put over Kid Rock the most. Yeah, it's been a great evening for Kid Rock. You're absolutely right. Kid Rock has come out of this very well. Very well. So, right, who won? Ric Flair won. Do you know who won? Wrestling won. That's who won. Wrestling won. Ric Flair joined wrestling, and wrestling won. So, that's it, guys. We're going to wrap it up there. It was, what did we do? 4 hours? That's not bad, is it? A little 4-hour, cheeky 4-hour stream on a Sunday. I know there's people out there that want more, demand more. Well, we will be back for Raw later. We're going to be doing, obviously, an hour before. I might even see if I can start a little earlier than usual. Don't quote me on that, but I might start a little earlier just because we haven't had that real back and forth on SummerSlam. We have here during the show, but I don't know. There'll be a lot of people that will probably join us for Raw later, so we might start a bit earlier than usual for Raw, and obviously a lot to talk about coming out of SummerSlam. There might be a bit of conversation about Ric Flair's last match, so we got that coming up later. So if you are watching Raw, you can join us, or if you don't watch Raw, you can swing by. We'll be live an hour before. That's, I don't even know what time, 6 Eastern, is it? 6 Eastern, no? Yeah, 6, 7-ish Eastern, around that ballpark. And then when Raw's on, we'll be live as well. So awesome, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, wherever you are doing, whatever you're doing. Massively appreciate the support. And as I said, I really hope you enjoyed this. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a lot of fun spending this Sunday night with you guys. And it's a shame that, you know, things like this, it doesn't have to be last matches, but just like really interesting kind of legacy exhibition matches. Something like that on a Sunday night would be great. So it's a shame there's not something like this on a semi-regular, but not every week. But you know what I mean? Like once every few weeks, once a month, something like that. That'd be great. But you're only ever going to get, well, I would say you're only ever going to get one Ric Flair's last match. That's not technically true. That's not technically true. We've had it a few times already, but I don't think we'll have it anymore. So awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.